Columbia Network takes pleasure in presenting Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in the second of a unique new summer series of 9 dramatic productions. The first time in its history that radio has brought to the country an entire theatrical institution. Columbia is proud to welcome Orson Welles to its roster of stars and to give him the opportunity of bringing to the air those same qualities of vitality and imagination that have made him the most talked of theatrical director in America today.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles speaking. If there's anything bloodthirstier than a werewolf, it's a pirate. The Mercury Theater is playing safe. Now, if vampires and their ilk leave you as uncannily cold as old Dracula himself, who was staked down firmly, and it is to be hoped permanently, in his own family plot last week, then there are figures to prove that you are susceptible to buried treasure. We calculate that no decent, law-abiding citizen is immune to pirates. There are cowboys and Indians, there are gangsters and G-men, but these delights are inconstant, like the short skirt. I don't care how young you are. Nothing charms, nothing ingratiates, nothing wins like a one-legged, double-barreled buccaneer with earrings, a handkerchief on his head, and a knife in his teeth. What could be more appropriate on the starboard rail of your four-masted brigantine? If you haven't a four-masted brigantine, you have Treasure Island. It's in your library because it's a great English classic, and this evening, because it's a great story, it's on your radio. That's what I mean by playing safe. Once there was a small boy who asked his stepfather, who had written a number of books, please, to write something interesting. The stepfather, seeing his point, immediately contributed a serial to something repugnant called Young Folks, a periodical circulated among that section of the English nation known as Tiny Tots, who were very prevalent in the 80s. The name of the serial was The Sea Cook by Captain George North, and if the Tiny Tots didn't think it was interesting, they should have been boiled in oil. The story was begun, the stepfather says, on a chill September morning by the cheek of a brisk fire and the rain drumming on the window. The small boy himself helped a lot, even though Captain North got the credit, and so did a third and equally incurable small boy, the author's father. They drew a map first, the chart of an island showing very queer and wonderful attractions, Spyglass Shoulder, for instance, and Skeleton Island, and the North Cache with a bar silver, and then, on that chill September morning by that brisk fire of theirs, the 3 plotters buried their plunder, doubloons and louis d'or, gold and silver and rich jewels and pieces of 8. That's why the story was finally called Treasure Island. It's foolish to guess who's tuned in on this broadcast, but if in some way, well, we who were retelling this story hoped devoutly that he, who the Samoans laid to rest in the hills of their own faraway Treasure Island and who is still known out there only as the great teller of tales, would not wish tonight as he did, so unaccountably at first, to suppress the real name of Captain George North. The small boy, of course, should have been decorated. It's a better world because he asked for something interesting. But then he was lucky. There are millions and millions of small boys. But only one of us had Robert Louis Stevenson for a stepfather.
Treasure Island by Robert Louis Stevenson, with Orson Welles as Long John Silver and as Jim Hawkins, who tells the story. Treasure Island.
Squire Trelawney, Dr. Livesey, and the rest of the gentlemen having asked me to write down the whole particulars about Treasure Island from the beginning to the end, keeping nothing back but the bearings of the island, and that only because there is treasure not yet lifted, I take up my pen in the year of grace 1783 and go back to that time 19 years ago when my father kept the Admiral Benbow Inn and the brown old seaman with a saber cut first took up his lodging under our roof. I was 14, but I remember him as if it were yesterday.
15 men on a dead man's kiss.
Mother called to me from upstairs.
Jim? Yes, Mother? Jim, there's a man coming up the road. Go out and see what he wants.
Drink and the devil.
He came plodding to the inn door, his sea chest following behind him on a hand barrow. A tall, strong, heavy, nut-brown man, his tarry pigtail falling over the shoulders of his soiled blue coat, his hands ragged and scarred with black broken nails, and the saber cut across one cheek, a dirty, livid white, singing that old sea song that he sang so often afterwards.
Oh! Open up in there! Now then, boy.
Yes, sir.
What do you call this place?
The Admiral Benbow Inn, sir.
Admiral Benbow, eh? Nice, lonely-looking, pleasant-situated grog shop. Folks don't come here much, do they, boy? Not much company?
No, sir, more's pity.
No? Well, then it's the berth for me. I'm a plain man, rum and bacon, eggs, all I want, and that head up there for to watch ships off. I have a mind to stay here a bit. Here, you matey. You with the wheelbarrow. Bring up alongside, help up my chest. You two boys, heavy.
Yes, sir.
Call me Captain, boy. Captain.
Yes, Captain.
Just one thing more.
Yes, Captain?
You ain't seen him, have you?
No, sir. Who do you mean?
Along the road, maybe. You might have seen him somewheres you can't tell. Let me know if you do, boy. A seafaring man.
Yes, sir.
With one leg.
Yes, sir.
Captain!
Yes, Captain.
Bring me a noggin of rum, boy.
And so he came to live under our roof. We never knew his name. We called him the Captain. He was a very silent man by custom. All day he hung around the cove or upon the cliffs with a brass telescope staring out to sea. All evening he sat in a corner of the parlor next to the fire and drank rum and water, very strong. And every day when he came back from his stroll, he would ask the same question.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
Any seafaring men go by today along the road?
No, Captain.
And Jim?
Yes, sir.
You're a good boy, Jim. You wouldn't lie to me ever, would you, Jim?
No, sir.
You haven't seen him, have you, Jim? Jim, there's a silver fourpenny for you on the first of every month if you'll keep your weather eye open for a seafaring man with one leg. Let me know the moment you see him, won't you, Jim? A seafaring man with one leg.
How that personage haunted my dreams. On stormy nights when the wind shook the four corners of the house and the surf roared along the cove and up the cliffs, I could see him in 1,000 forms. Now the leg would be cut off at the knee, now at the hip. Now he was a monstrous kind of a creature who had never had but one leg, and that in the middle of his body.
Keep your weather eye open, won't you, Jim? For a seafaring man with one leg. A seafaring man with one leg.
Months went by. The captain bade fair to ruin us. We kept on staying week after week, month after month.
And never a penny of money, Jim. Not a penny has he paid us since the day he came here. And me, a poor widow woman.
Mother, why don't you ask him for some?
Well, I'll tell you the truth, Jim. I'm afraid to ask him. I'm afraid of the man. Now, if your father was...
In all that time, none of us ever saw him open the great sea chest that was in his room. There were nights when he took a deal more rum and water than his head could carry. Often I heard the house shaking and all the neighbors joining in for dear life.
Drink and the devil has done. Quiet, amidships! Quiet!
And he would force them all to listen to his stories. Dreadful stories they were, about hanging and walking the plank and storms at sea and the dry Tortugas and wild deeds in places on the Spanish Main. By his own account, he must have lived his life among some of the wickedest men but God ever allowed upon the sea. The captain had been living with us almost a year when there occurred the first of the mysterious events that rid us at last of his presence. It was one January morning, very early, a pinching, frosty morning. The captain had risen earlier than usual and set down the beach with his telescope under his arm. My mother was upstairs and I was lying at the breakfast table against the captain's return when the parlor door opened and a stranger stepped in.
Sonny, come here, Sonny. Is this table for my mate Bill?
I don't know you, mate Bill. I'm laying this for a man who stays in the house. We call him the captain.
Well, my mate Bill would be called the captain like as not. Now, we'll put it for argument like that your captain's got a cut on one cheek. And we'll put it, if you like, that cheek's the right one, eh? Well, God save me, there he is now. There's my mate Bill. That's him with a spyglass under his arm. Bless his old heart, to be sure. You and me'll just get back behind the door, sonny. And we'll give Bill a little surprise, we will. Bless his heart, I says again.
Or a dead man's chest. Yo!
Hello, Bill. Come, Bill. You knows me. You knows an old shipmate, Bill, surely.
Black dog.
Black dog as ever was. Bill. We've seen a sight of times, us two.
So you run me down. Here I am. We'll speak up. What is it?
That's you, Bill. You're in the right of it, Billy. I'll have a glass of rum from this dear child here, what I've took such a liking to. And we'll sit down, if you please, and talk square like old shipmates. Sit down, Bill. And you, sonny, get out.
Yes, sir.
And none of your keels on me, do you hear?
For a while, I could hear nothing but a low gabbing. Suddenly, the voices began to grow higher.
No. And an end on it. If it comes to swinging, swing all. Say aye!
I saw Black Dog streaming blood run off down the road. Presently, the captain returned, alone.
Jim, give me some rum.
Captain, are you hurt?
I must get away from here. Get away, that's what. I must get away from here.
What's happened, Jim? What's happened?
It's the captain, Mother.
The captain? Oh, dearie me, what a disgrace. I've been afraid of something like this ever since he came into the house with that old chest of his.
I got the rum and tried to put it down his throat, but his teeth were tightly shut and his jaws were as strong as iron. An hour later, our friend Dr. Livesey came.
Doctor, what shall we do?
Where is he wounded, Doctor?
Wounded? A fiddlestick's end. No more wounded than you or I. The man's had a stroke.
Where's Black Dog?
Black Dog? There is no black dog except what you have on your own back. You've been drinking rum, man, and you've had a stroke. Now, listen to me. One glass of rum a day won't kill you. But if you take one, you'll take another and another, and then you'll die. Die and go to your own place like the man in the Bible, and the world will be rid of a very dirty scoundrel. Do you understand that? The name of rum for you is death.
About noon the next day, I stopped at the captain's door with some medicines.
Who is it?
It's me, Jim.
Come in, Jim. Come in.
He was lying very much as we'd left him.
Jim, you're the only one here that's worth anything. You know I always been good to you. Never a month but I've given you a silver fourpenny for yourself. Now you see, mate, I'm pretty low and deserted by all. Jim, you'll bring me a noggin of rum, won't you, matey?
But the doctor...
Doctors is all swabs! If I don't have a drain of rum, Jim, I'll have the horrors. I've seen some of them already. I've seen old Flint in the corner there behind you, as plain as print. I've seen him. Jim, I'll give you a golden guinea for a noggin.
When I brought it to him, he seized it greedily and drank it out.
That's some better, sure enough. Now, matey, did that doctor say how long I was to lie here in this old berth?
Why, a week at least.
Thunder, a week! I can't do that. They'll have the black spot on me by then. The lovers is going about getting the wind of me this blessed moment. Lovers is couldn't keep what they got and want to nail what's another's. It's in my old sea chest, Jim. The thing they're after. They'll tip me the black spot, I know it. I was first mate, I was. Old Flint's first mate. And I'm the only one as knows the place he buried it. He gave it me at Savannah when he lay a-dying.
What's the black spot, Captain?
summons from old Flynn's crew. A summons. And them as gets it, Jim, is lucky when they're dead.
So, a week went by. And then, about 3 o'clock of a bitter, foggy, frosty afternoon, I saw someone drawing slowly near along the road. He was plainly blind, for he tapped before him with a stick, and he wore a great green shade over his eyes and nose, and he was hunched as if with age or weakness, and wore a huge old tattered sea cloak with a hood.
Christian friends, take pity on a poor blind mariner as has lost the precious sight of his eyes in the gracious defense of his native country, England, and God bless King George. Where or in what part of his country he may now be?
You were at the Admiral Benbow Inn, sailor.
Eh?
Black Hill Cove.
I hear a voice, a young voice. It's here where I miss me delights. Will you give me your hand, my kind young friend, and lead me into the captain?
I held out my hand, and the horrible, soft-spoken, eyeless creature gripped it in a moment like a vice.
No, boy. Take me into the captain.
Sir, upon my word, I dare not.
You heard me. Take me in straight.
Oh!
Will you take me into the captain?
Yes, sir.
Good. And when I'm in view, say to him, he's a friend for you, Bill Bones. If you don't, I'll twist your arm right out of your body. Do you hear?
Yes, sir.
Stash your passer, damn you. Now, forward march.
Here's a friend for you, Bill Bones.
Now, Bill, sit where you are. Business is business. Hold out your left hand, Bill. Boy, take his left hand by the wrist and bring it near to my right. Here's a little bit of paper for you, Bill Bones. Now that's done, I'll be going. Goodbye, Bill. Goodbye.
Jim?
Yes, Captain?
What time is it, Jim?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, 6 hours. We'll daddle 'em yet, Pew and Black Dog and Long John Silver. The whole crew of 'em will.
Captain. Captain. Captain! Captain!
The captain was dead. And there we were, my mother and I, a woman and a boy of 14, alone at night in the house, with the dead captain's body on a parlor floor.
He knows his money, he does. A whole year, never a penny from him. And me, a poor widow.
But, Mother, if Black Dog comes back or the blind man...
Black Dog fiddlesticks. There's something in that old chest of his upstairs that's rightfully mine. And we'll have that chest open if we die for it.
Mother.
Close the blinds, Jim. We don't want anybody watching us from the outside. We have to get the key off him.
Look, Mother. Look.
On the floor, close to the dead man's hand, there was a little round of paper, blackened on one side.
The black spot.
I took it up and found...
You have till 10 tonight. 4 hours.
Now, Jim, find that key.
I felt in his pockets one after another.
Perhaps it's round his neck. Tear open his shirt.
There, sure enough, hanging on a bit of tarry string, we found the key. Then my mother got a candle in the bar, and holding each other's hands, we went upstairs to his room.
Give Give me the key, Jim. Now then. Oh, nothing in here. Not a thing of value, not a penny.
Mother, look.
There, before us, lay the last things in the chest. A bundle tied up in oilcloth looking like papers, and a canvas bag that gave forth at a touch the jingle of gold.
You see, Jim, I knew we'd find it. But I'll show these rogues that I'm an honest woman. I'll have me do and not a farthing over. Here, Jim, hold this bag.
The coins were of all countries and sizes. Doubloons and louis d'or, and guineas and pieces of 8.
Mother.
What is it, Jim?
Mother, listen. Come, Mother. Mother, take the hole and let's be gone.
No, I'll have me do, Jim, and no more.
But, Mother, you heard him. That was the blind man.
I know what I'm doing. I know the right.
But, Mother, you don't know.
Oh, dear. I'll take what I have.
And I'll take these papers. Quick, Mother, quick. Take my hand.
Next moment, we had opened the door and were in full retreat toward the village.
Look, Jim. Over the hill. There they come.
Run, Mother, run.
Oh, Jim. Jim, I'm going to faint. Oh, Jim. Take the money and go on.
Mother.
Oh.
Mother.
She had fainted. I managed somehow to drag her down the bank into the shadow of the ditch. A moment later, the house was surrounded.
Bones! Bones! Bill Bones! Will you answer me? Down with the door, then! Aye! In, you lovers! Loot the house and find it! Bill's dead! But you! Bill's dead! Let him, you shirking lovers, and the rest of you locked and get the check!
It was a good thing my mother had fainted, or she would have had to watch with me while our poor house was pulled apart and smashed. Whatever it was they were after, they did not find it.
Well, is it there?
The money's there!
Jim. What is it, Jim? What are they after?
The map, Mother. Flint's map.
Hey, you! That's the signal! Tell him that! Hold on, you sneaks! It's in the house, you know it is! Shiver my soul if I had my eye! The signal, too! The signal! You dogs! You had your hand on hundreds, on thousands! Are you giving up now? You'd be as rich as kings if you can find it, and you know it's there, and you stand there skulking. There wasn't one of you there, face Bill, and I did it. A blind man, and I'm to lose my chance for you. I'm to be a poor crawling beggar spongy for rum, when I might be rolling in a couch. If you had the pluck of a weevil in a sea biscuit among the lot of you.
That's the last signal.
Get him in! Dog! Black dog! Johnny! Dirk! You won't leave old Pew, mates! Not old Pew! Johnny! Black dog! Don't leave old Pew! Not old Pew, not old dog! Pew, mates! Help me, mates! Help me!
When they picked him up where he lay on the road on his side, Pew was stone dead. The horsemen, as it turned out, were revenue officers who had some news of a strange lugger in Kit's Hole and had set forth that night in our direction. They took my mother to a neighbor's house.
So, Hawkins, they got the money, you say? Well, what in fortune were they after? More money, I suppose.
No, Sergeant. Not money, I think. In fact, sir, I believe I have the thing in my breast pocket. And to tell you the truth, I should like to put it in safety.
To be sure, boy, quite right. I'll take it.
I thought perhaps Dr. Livesey...
Yes, Dr. Livesey. Perfectly right, perfectly right. A gentleman and a magistrate. Dogger!
Yes, sir.
You have a good horse. Take this line up behind you.
Yes, sir. We rode hard all the way till we came to Dr. Livesey's door.
Dr. Livesey, the doctor's stopping tonight at the Squire's.
Squire? So there we go, boys.
We'd arrived at the Squire's. He rose to meet us very stately and condescending.
Come in, gentlemen.
Good evening, Squire. Good evening, Dr. Livesey.
Good evening to you, friend Jim. What good wind brings you here?
Then the officer stood up straight and stiff and told his story.
Sergeant, you're a very noble fellow. This lad Hawkins is the tramp I perceive. Hawkins, ring that bell. Sergeant must have some ale.
And so, Jim, you have the thing that they were after, have you?
Here it is, sir.
You've heard of this Captain Flynn, I suppose, Squire?
Heard of him? Heard of him, you say? He was the bloodthirstiest buccaneer that sailed. Blackbeard was a child to Flint. The Spaniards were so prodigiously afraid of him that I tell you, sir, I was sometimes proud he was an Englishman.
What interests me is, had he money?
Money! One of those villains after but money.
That we shall soon know. What I want to know is this. Suppose I have here in my pocket some clue to where Flint buried his treasure. Will that treasure amount to much?
Amount, sir? It will amount to this. If we have the clue you talk about, I fit out a ship in Bristol dock and take you and Hawkins here along, and I'll have that treasure if I search a year, sir.
Very well. Now, if Jim is agreeable, we'll open the packet. A map of an island with latitude and longitude and writing. Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north of northeast. Skeleton Island, southeast by east, 10 feet. The bar silver is in the north cap.
Lindsay, you'll give up this wicked practice at once. Tomorrow, I start for Bristol. In 3 weeks' time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 10 days, we'll have the best ship, sir, and the choicest crew in England. Hawkins shall come as cabin boy. You Livesey as ship's doctor. I am admiral.
I'll go with you, Squire. So will Jim, and be a credit to the undertaking. There is only one man I'm afraid of.
Who's that? Name the dog, sir.
You, sir, for you cannot hold your tongue.
In a few moments, we shall be bound for Treasure Island with Dr. Livesey, Squire Trelawney, and Jim Hawkins. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, the Columbia Network is bringing you Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the air in Robert Louis Stevenson's Treasure Island. As Jim Hawkins was telling us, we are eager to leave the Benbow Inn behind and set out for the docks in Bristol.
It was longer than the Squire imagined ere we were ready for the sea. Weeks passed on. Then, one fine day, there came a letter from the Squire, from Bristol.
Dear Livesey, the ship is port and fitted. It lies at anchor ready for sea. It was the crew that delayed me, till the most remarkable stroke of fortune brought me the very man that I required. I was standing on the dock, when by the merest accident I fell in talk with him. He had hobbled down there that morning with a parrot on his shoulder to get a smell of salt, he said. Out of pure pity, I engaged him on the spot to be ship's cook. Long John Silver, he is called, and has lost an egg. Well, sir, I thought I'd only found a cook, but it was a crew I'd discovered. Between Silver and myself, we got together in a few days a company of the toughest old salts imaginable. I declare we could fight a frigate. Seaman ho! Hang the treasure! It's the glory of the sea that has turned my head.
On the 16th of April, the schooner Hispaniola set sail from Bristol Harbor. It was more than 19 years ago, but I can remember it as if it were yesterday.
Me in my new blue cabin boys club.
19 years ago.
Leaning over the rail, waving goodbye to my mother, and doing my best not to cry. for at the last moment it sort of hurt to leave her, and it was the first time I had been away from home. Then, a little before noon, Captain Smollett gave an order. The boatswain sounded his pipe, and the crew began to man the capstan bars. Soon, the anchor was short up. Soon it was hanging dripping at the bars. Soon the sail began to draw, and the land and shipping to flit by on either side. The Hispaniola had begun her voyage to the Isle of Treasure. On the second day out, I made the acquaintance of our one-legged ship's cook, Long John Silver.
Hey there, boy. Come in. Come on into Long John's galley.
To tell you the truth, at the very first mention of Long John Silver in the squire's letter, I had taken a fear in my mind that this might be the very one-legged sailor that I had watched for all those months at the Benbow Inn. But one look at him was enough. I had seen Captain Bones and Black Dog and Blind Pew, and I knew what a buccaneer looked like. Very different from this clean and pleasant-looking sea cook. His left leg was cut off close to the hip, and under the left shoulder he carried a crutch, which he managed wonderfully, hopping about on it like a bird.
Pieces of eight, pieces of eight, pieces of eight.
Are you Mr. Silver, sir?
Yes, me lad, such is my name to be sure. And you're Hawkins, eh? Nobody more welcome than yourself, me lad, in old John's galley. Sit down, hear the news. Your first trip to sea, Hawkins?
Yes, sir.
Well, there's a lot of things you're going to learn before this here voyage is over. What do you think, Hawkins? And if there's anything you want to know, Hawkins, you just come to old John Silver and ask him, see? He'll tell you.
His galley was as clean as a new pin. The dishes hanging up burnished, and his parrot in a cage in one corner.
Yes, Captain Flint. I call my parrot Captain Flint. Yeah, the parrot after the famous buccaneer. Yes, Captain Flint, predicting success to our voyage. Wasn't you, Captain? Yeah, she's a powerful old bird, is Captain Flint. 200 years old if she's a day, and if anybody's seen more wickedness, it must be the devil himself. She sailed with England, the great Captain England, the pirate, on the old Walrus, that's Flint's old ship. As I've seen her muck with the red blood and fit to sink with gold. She's been at Madagascar and at Malabar and Suriname and Providence and Portobello. To look at her, you'd think she was a baby, Hawkins, but you smell powder, haven't you, Captain?
Stand by to go about.
And blood, eh, Captain?
Order amidship. Animal hands.
And pieces of eight, eh, Captain?
Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight. Pieces of eight.
At the end of the third week, we left Madeira behind us. The ship proved to be a good ship. The crew seemed to be capable seamen. There was only one man aboard who was not satisfied, and that was the ship's master, Captain Smollett.
I'll speak plain. I don't like it. I don't like this cruise. I don't like the men. I don't like me officers. That's short and sweet.
But nobody paid much attention to him. Every man on board seemed well content. Double grog was served on the least excuse. There was duff on odd days, and always a barrel of apples standing broached in the waist, for anyone to help himself that had a fancy.
Never knew good come of it yet. Spoil folks' lands, make devils. That's my belief. We're not home again yet.
But good did come of that apple barrel. It was about the last day of our outward voyage. Sometime that night, or at latest before noon of the morrow, we should sight the Treasure Island. Just after sundown, when all my work was over, I thought I should like an apple. I ran on deck. The watch was all forward, looking out for the island. I got into the apple barrel. Suddenly, I heard voices on deck.
Look here, Barbecue. How long are we going to stand off and on like a blessed bumboat? Why thunder I want to go into that cabin, I do. I want their pickles and wine and that.
How long? By the powers, the last moment I can manage, and that's how long. How many tall ships, think you, have I seen laid aboard? And how many brisk lads drying in the sun at Execution Dock? And all for this same hurry, and hurry, and hurry. He's a first-rate seaman, Captain Smollett. Sails the blessed ship for us.
We're all seamen aboard here, I should
all forecastle lands, you mean? I know the sort you are. You're never happy till you're drunk.
It's your Long John.
I don't know where this treasure is, do I? No more to use as you, and here's this squire and doctor with a map and such. Well, then I mean this squire and doctor shall find the treasure for us and help us to get it aboard by the powers. After that...
After that, what do we do with them, John Silver, after that?
Well, what would you think we does with them? Put them ashore like maroons? Or cut them down like that much pork? Duty is duty, mates. Wait. Wait is what I says. When the time comes, why, let her rip.
Land ho!
What's that? What's that?
Land ho!
Away to the southwest of us, we saw it. Treasure Island. 10 minutes later, we were gathered in the cabin. The squire, Dr. Livesey, the captain, and myself.
Now, Hawkins, you have something to say. Speak up.
I did as I was bid. I told them the whole story of Silver's conversation. When that was done, all three, one after another, and each with a bow, drank my good health. Then the squire rose.
Captain Smollett, you were right and I was wrong. I own myself an ass. I await your orders, sir.
Silver is a remarkable man.
Here's the way I see it. We must go on because we can't turn back. And what I propose is that we don't wait for them to surprise us, but that we come to blows at our own time and when they least expect it. There must be some faithful hands left. Well, we must find out who they are.
Jim here can help us more than anyone. The men are not shy with him, and Jim is a noticing lad.
Hawkins, I put prodigious faith in you.
In the meantime, talk as we please, there were only 7 out of 26 on whom we knew we could rely. And of these 7, I was a boy, so that the grown men on our side were 6 to their 19. Next morning, there was not a breath of air moving, nor a sound, but that of the surf booming half a mile away along the beaches. A peculiar stagnant smell hung over the anchorage. The heat was sweltering, and the men grumbled fiercely over their work. Mutiny, it was plain, hung over us like a thundercloud. Around noon, Captain Smollett came up on deck.
Lads! We're not dame and all time, not a sword. Quick turn ashore and let nobody, so you can take the gig. And as many as please may go ashore for the afternoon. Hey!
Hey, wait a bit, Ben. What's the hurry?
John Silver suspected a trick.
Wait a bit, Ben.
He hopped around the deck on his one leg.
Wait a bit, Ben. What's the hurry? Wait a bit, will you, man?
Soon the party was organized. 6 fellows were to stay on board, and 13, including Silver, began to embark. Suddenly, I had a mad notion to go ashore, too. In a jiffy, I had slipped over the side and curled up in the foresheets of the nearest boat. No one took notice of me. The crews raced for the beach. No sooner had we touched shore than I leaped out and plunged into the nearest thicket. Behind me, I could hear John Silver's voice.
Hey, Jim! Jim, my boy! Hey, Jim! 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 Jim!
John Silver was quick at his work. 2 faithful members of the crew were murdered on the island that afternoon. Only an hour after we landed... The second killing I saw with my own eyes. From where I lay hidden among the trees.
Will you tell me you let yourself be led away with that kind of a mess of swabs?
As sure as God sees me, I'd sooner lose me hand than turn to get me duty.
Mate, it's because I think's gold dust of you. Gold dust.
John Silver, you're mate of mine no more. If I die like a dog, I'll die in me duty. You've killed Alan, have you? Kill me too if you can. But I defy you.
He started to walk away.
Try this, then.
Long John whipped the crutch out of his armpit and sent it hurtling through the air. It struck him in the back and killed him. Then Silver brought out a whistle. I didn't wait. I ran. I ran as I never ran before.
Daddy
I looked looked up the side of a hill. Far above me, I saw something leap behind the trunk of a tree. It seemed dark and shaggy. I turned and began to run. Suddenly, the thing appeared in front of me, and running forward, threw itself on its knees before me, and held out its clasped hands in supplication. Who are you?
I'm poor Ben Gunn, I am. I haven't spoke with Christian these 3 years.
3 years? Were you shipwrecked?
No, mate, maroon. 3 years. Lived on goats since then, and berries and oysters. Mate, my heart is sore for Christian diet. You mightn't happen to have a piece of cheese about you now? No? Well, many's a night I've dreamed of cheese, toasted mostly, and woke up again, and here I was. What'd you call yourself, mate?
Jim.
Jim. Well, now, Jim, you wouldn't think I was rich to look at me, would you now?
Why, no, not in particular.
Oh, well, but I am, Jim. I'm rich, powerful rich. Oh, Jim, you'll bless your stars, you will. You was the first that found me. Oh!
Suddenly his eye fell on the Hispaniola lying far below us. Between it and the land was the jolly boat, with 5 men moving toward shore. But I could not tell if they were our men or the mutineers.
Jim, tell me true. That ain't Flint's ship?
It's not Flint's ship, and Flint is dead. There are some of Flint's hands aboard, worse luck for the rest of us.
Not a man with 1 leg?
Silver?
Whoa! If you were sent below, oh! I'm as good as pork, I know it. I was in Flint's ship with John Silver when old Flint buried the treasure. He and 6 along, 6 strong seamen. They was ashore nigh on a week. And then one day, here come Flint by himself in a little boat, and the 6 all dead. Dead and buried along with the treasure. How he done it, not a man of us could make out.
I told him the purpose of our voyage, and the predicament in which we now found ourselves.
Oh, that Long John, he's a bad 'un. And you're all in a clove hitch, ain't you? Well, you just put your trust in Ben Gunn. Ben Gunn's the man to help you. You tell that to your squire, Jim. Ben Gunn's the man, that's what you'll say. And Ben Gunn says you has ideas of his own. Ah! Look at that.
Far below us, we saw a Union Jack fluttering in the air above the woods.
There's your friend, sure enough.
More likely it's a mutineer.
No, mate, Silver'd fly the Jolly Roger. That's your friend, sure enough, ashore in the old stockade made years and years ago by Flint. Whoa! What's that?
That's the ship's cannon. They're shooting at the stockade. Come on.
Wait a minute, Jim. Wait. Ben Gunn is fly. Rum wouldn't bring me down there. But remember, Jim, Ben Gunn's the man to help you. And when Ben Gunn is wanted, you knows where to find him. Just where you found him today.
I started to run towards the flag.
Hey, Jim! Jim!
Yes, sir?
Yeah, you won't forget that piece of cheese, will you, mate?
It was less than a mile to the stockade. It was heavy running through the wood. The shooting was getting louder. Suddenly before me, I saw a clearing. The smoke of muskets fired nearby. Hey there!
Who goes there?
Hey! Don't shoot, it's me!
Who's me?
Me! Jim Hawkins!
It's Jim!
A moment later, I was over the stockade among my friends. And soon afterwards, the firing ceased. The mutineers were saving their powder. The stockade was a good place, with a paling 6 feet high all around it. We could have held it against the regiment. And here Captain Smollett decided to stay and await our enemy's next move. I told Dr. Livesey and the squire about Ben Gunn.
Hey! Flag a truce! Flag a truce!
Who's that?
It's Silver.
Keep indoors, men. 10 to 1, this is a trick. Who goes? Stand or we fire.
Flag a truce!
Doctors, watch on the lookout. Dr. Livesey, take the north side, if you please.
Yes.
Jim, the east. Gray, west. The watch below, all hands to load muskets. Lively men, and careful. What do you want with your flag of truce?
Captain Silver, sir, come to my terms. Captain Silver? Why, you black-hearted scoundrel?
Silence, sir. Silence. If you wish to talk to me, you can come, and that's all. If there's any treachery, it'll be on your side, and the Lord help you.
That's enough, Captain. A word from you's enough. I know a gentleman, and you may lay to that.
You'd better sit down.
You ain't a-gonna let me inside, Captain? It's a main cold morning, to be sure, sir, to sit outside upon the sand. Oh, there's Jim, the top of the morning to you, Jim. Why, there you're all together like a happy family in a manner speaking.
If you've anything to say, my man, better say it.
Right you were, Captain Smollett. Duty is duty, to be sure. Well, here it is. We want that treasure. We'll have it. That's our point. You just soon save your lives, I reckon, and that's yours. You have a chart, haven't you?
That says maybe.
Oh, well, you have. I know that. What I mean is, we want your chart. You give us the chart to get the treasure by, and I'll give you my affidavit upon my word of honor to clap you somewhere safe ashore.
Is that all you have to say?
Every last word, by thunder. Refuse that, and you've seen the last of me but musket balls.
Very good. Now you'll hear me. If you'll come up one by one, unarmed, I'll engage to clap you all in irons and take you home to a fair trial in England. If you won't, as my name's Alexander Smollett, I've flown Miss Sovereign's colours, and I'll see you all to Davy Jones. You can't find the treasure. You can't sail the ship. And you can't fight us. I stand here and tell you so. And they're the last good words you'll get from me. Now, tramp, me lad.
Laugh. Laugh, by thunder, laugh. For an hour's out, you'll laugh on the other side. And then the die will be the lucky ones.
10 minutes later, nothing remained of the attacking party but the 5 who had fallen. 4 on the inside and 1 on the outside of the palisade. The mutineers did not come back that night. They had got their rations, as the captain put it. The next day was stifling hot. After dinner, Dr. Livesey sent for me.
Jim, was it cheese you said Ben Gunn had a fancy for?
Yes, sir, cheese.
Well, Jim, just see the good that comes of being dainty in your food. You've seen my snuff box, haven't you? And you never saw me take snuff. The reason being that in my snuff box I carry a piece of Parmesan cheese. A cheese made in Italy, very nutritious. Well, that's for Ben Gunn. Oh, goodbye, my lad.
Then he took up his hat and pistols, girt on his cutlass, put the chart in his pocket, and set off briskly through the trees. That afternoon, the blockhouse being stifling hot, and the little patch of sand inside the palisade ablaze with midday sun, and so much blood about me, and so many poor dead bodies lying around, a new idea came into my head. This was to swim out under cover of the night, cut the Hispaniola adrift, and let her go ashore where she fancied. The mutineers, after their repulse of the morning, had nothing nearer their hearts than to up anchor and away to sea. This, I thought, would be a fine thing to prevent. It was evening when I reached the east coast of the island. I could see the Hispaniola lying at anchor offshore. And there was the Jolly Roger, the black flag of piracy, flying from her peak. As the last rays of daylight dwindled and disappeared, absolute darkness settled down on Treasure Island. The next night, I was back on land. I was proud of myself, and with good reason. I had grounded the Hispaniola, beached her up tidily in the North Inlet with no harm done, safe from the mutineers. I had no trouble finding the stockade. Coming in from the shore, keeping close in shadow where the darkness was thickest, I crept into the blockhouse. I could see nothing. The doctor and the squire must have worried about me. I should lie down in my own place, I thought, and enjoy their faces when they found me in the morning. I felt for a place to lie down.
Pieces of 8! Pieces of 8!
Now go!
Pieces of 8!
Now go! Bring a torch, Dick. Well, shiver my timbers. Jim Hawkins. Dropped in like, eh? Quite a pleasant surprise for poor old John. I've always liked you, I have, Jim, for a lad of spirit. I picked her my own self when I was young and handsome. Always wanted you to join my camp and take your share and die a gentleman, and now, my cock, you've got to. You can't go back to your own lot.
Where are they?
Now, where do you think, my son?
Have you killed them?
What do you think?
Well, I'm not such a fool, but I know pretty well what I have to look for. But there's a thing or two I have to tell you. And the first is this. Here you are in a bad way. Ship lost, treasure lost, men lost. And if you want to know who did it, it was I. I was in the apple barrel the night we sighted land. And I heard you, John, and you, Dick Johnson, and Hans was now at the bottom of the sea. and told every word you said before the hour was out. And as for the schooner, it was I who cut her cable. And it was I who brought her where you'll never see her more, not one of you. I no more fear you than I fear a fly.
I'll put one to that, and here goes, you sneaking son of a scrub. So will I. Come on, sir.
Who are you, Tom Morgan? Maybe you thought you was captains here, perhaps.
I kill the boy.
Did any of you gentlemen want to have it out with me? Him that wants it shall get it. You won't fight, then by thunder you'll obey. You may lay to it. I like that boy now. Never seen a better boy than that. He's more a man than any pararati in this here house. What I say is this: let me see him that'll lay a hand on him, that's what I say. And you may lay to it. Seem to have a lot to say. Pipe up and let me hear it, or lay to.
John.
What?
We got something for you, Jordan.
Step up, I won't bite you. Hand it over, lubber. The black spot. I thought so. What's on it? Deposed. Deposed, that's it, is it? Very pretty wrote, to be sure. Like print, I swear. But it ain't one bit prettier wrote than this.
What's that?
And what does it look like, lads? A chart, that's what it is, a chart. A chart of this island, old Flynn's chart. Now, what do you say to that?
Yes, that's Flint, sure enough. That's it.
JF, and a clovage to it. So he done ever.
Silver's the man.
Silver.
John Silver, our captain, lad.
Barbecue forever.
Barbecue for captain.
John Silver, the captain.
That was the end of the night's business. Only much later, I woke up suddenly and felt someone beside me.
Jim, my boy.
Yes, Long John?
I saved your life here tonight, Jim. Now, you and me stick close, Jim, back to back like, in case of trouble. And talking of trouble, Jim, why did those friends of yours leave that chart behind when they cleared out of here? They did, though. I came in here this morning and found the place empty and the chart lying there on the table where I couldn't miss it. And there's something under that. Something under that. Good or bad.
The next morning, we set out after the treasure.
Tall tree, spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north and northeast. Skeleton Island, east, southeast, and by east, 10 east.
Hey, over there! Come quick!
At the foot of a pine, half covered with green creeper, a human skeleton lay on the ground.
A skeleton, by God!
It lay perfectly straight, the feet pointing in one direction, the hands raised above its head like a diver's, pointing directly in the opposite.
It ain't natural. It ain't natural, but you know, lads, I've a notion in my old numbskull. Now, here's the compass. There's the tip-top point of Skeleton Island sticking out like a tooth. Just take a bearing, will you, along the line of them bones?
East, southeast, and by east.
I thought so. There's the pointer. Right up there's our line for the Pole Star and the Jolly Dollars. This is one of Flint's jokes, and no mistake. Him and these 6 was alone here. Alone, he killed 'em. Every man. And this one he hauled up here and laid down by the compass, yes. 6 they were, and 6 we are. And bones is what they are now.
I saw him dead, old Flint. There he laid with penny pieces on his eyes.
Dead, aye, sure enough he's dead. But if ever spirit walked, it'd be Flint's. Dear heart, but he died bad, did Flint.
Oh, that he did.
May not it were. And the windy was open, and I hear that old song of his coming out clear as hell. And the death all on man already.
Listen. Do you hear what I hear?
That's Flint, begad. Old Flint.
Oh, Lord.
It was his last words. Old Flynn's last words about board.
Oh, Lord, have mercy on us.
Shipmates! Shipmates! They're 750,000 ton, not a quarter of a mile from here. When did a gentleman of fortune show his stand at that much dollars for a boozy old seaman with a blue mug? And him dead, too.
Hello there, John. Don't you cross a spirit.
Spirit? Well, maybe. You know whose voice that was? It was like somebody else's. It was like a... By the powers! Ben Gunn!
Aye. So it were. Ben Gunn it were. Why, nobody minds Ben Gunn. Dead or alive, nobody minds it.
Spyglass shoulder, bearing a point to the north-east Skeleton Island, southeast and by east, 10 feet.
Hey, mate, here's the tall tree.
The first of the tall trees was reached, and by bearing proved the wrong one. So did the second. So the third.
Here it is! Aye! Long John! Mary! Here it is!
Before us was a great excavation. In this was the shaft of a pick broken in two, and the boards of several packing cases strewn around, all branded with the name Walrus, the name of Flint's ship. The treasure had been found and rifled. The 700,000 pounds were gone. We turned and saw above us on the edge of the pit Ben Gunn, Dr. Livesey, Gray, and the squire, all with muskets. The doctor's plan had worked. The pirates had fallen into his trap.
John Silver, you're a prodigious villain and an impostor, sir. But you saved this boy's life, and I'll not prosecute you. But the dead men, sir, hang about your neck like millstones.
Thank you kindly, sir.
I dare you to thank me. It's a gross dereliction of my duty. Stand back!
It took us 3 days to move the treasure from Ben Gunn's cave on board ship. On the 8th day of December, the Hispaniola reached Bristol. 5 men only of those who had sailed returned with her.
Well, that was 19 years ago. All of us had an ample share of the treasure and used it, wisely or foolishly according to our natures. Captain Smollett is now retired from the sea. As for Ben Gunn, he got 1,000 pounds, which he spent or lost in 19 days, for he was back begging on the 20th. Silver vanished on the voyage one night off the coast of Mexico, and we heard no more of him. The bar silver and the arms still lie, for all I know, where Flint buried them. And certainly they shall lie there for all of me. Oxen and wain ropes would not bring me back again to that accursed island. The worst dreams that ever I have are when I hear the surf booming about its coast or start upright in bed, with the sharp voice of Captain Flint still ringing in my ears.
Pieces of 8, 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 pieces of 8.
You have been listening to Treasure Island, starring Orson Welles as Long John Silver in his own radio version of Stevenson's great adventure story. This is the second in a series of 9 special broadcasts presented by the Mercury Theater. And here is Orson Welles himself, writer, director, and star of these programs, to tell you about next week's production. Orson Welles.
First of all, I'd like you to meet Jim Hawkins, Jr. Our leading man is 14 years old. Last season, he made a really startling contribution to the stage history of Shakespeare's plays. This was during the course of some experiments with the Mercury Theater sprinkler system. As a consequence of what must certainly have been extensive research in that field, he caused it to rain, actually to rain, and copiously to rain, where in more than 300 years it has never rained in Julius Caesar before. It rained on Brutus. It rained all over Brutus. In the Forum, I was Brutus, and I ought to know. Now, as dramatic criticism, I found this telling and even final. There's a surprise item in the funeral scene. I can assure you that the unexpected appearance on the stage of so many gallons of real water created in us all an impression that was almost overwhelming. Our popular leading man says that he did it all with a match. I don't dare think what he'll do, He's old enough to run for president. But meanwhile, no matter what happens to the plumbing, he can always work for the Mercury. As you've probably discovered, he's something more than a very gifted performer. And as I told you, he's something less than 15. His name shall not be withheld. I refer to that fine old actor, Arthur Anderson. Mr. Anderson is not new to the microphone nor the Mercury. He was prominent in Shoemaker's Holiday and in Julius Caesar as Brutus's boy Jeeves, the sleepy-eyed, silver-throated Lucius in brass buttons. He was at least unforgettable. As to our celebrated Mark Antony, George Coulouris, who was always somehow cleverly escaped Rainmaker Anderson, he played Captain Smollett tonight. Eustace Wyatt, late housebreaker of Heartbreak House, was the squire. Ray Collins is responsible for Ben Gunn, among other things. And that was Alfred Shirley as Blind Pew. Then you heard Stephen Fox and Agnes, guess what she played, Moorhead, and a Mercury roundup, William Allen and Richard Wilson inclusive. Jim Hawkins Sr. will bear no comment. Next week, we offer you the ominous and authentic click of the world's most famous knitting needles. Madame Lafarge's needles and Madame herself. Dr. Manette, Sidney Carton, and the entire French Revolution, same time, same station. It is a far, far better thing that I do than I've ever done. Charles Dickens, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. Charles Dickens' Tale of Two Cities. There is at this moment a disturbance in the sub-control room, and if it isn't a tumbril, it's Arthur Anderson. It's a good thing the program's over. Good night, everybody. Thanks. Please write me the stories you'd like to hear, and goodbye till next week.
Remember, 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time next Monday night for the Mercury Theater on the Air with The Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. On tonight's production, Bernard Herrmann composed the original music and conducted, and Davidson Taylor supervised for the Columbia Network. Dan Seymour speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's the Phantom Pirate! Swooping out of the misty pack, all sails set, flying before the wind, comes a trim ship, Avenger. The Phantom Pirate strikes for freedom! Now, sir, you'll see how an honest man fights. And you dog, will see the pirate's heels. You're slow, my friend. You take too well to your drug. Oh, you broke my arm. I'm wounded. Have mercy on me. You'll have mercy. I've no call to kill you. Oh. I'm setting you free for a reason. You may return to your master and give him the compliments of the Phantom Pirate. In the early days of American history, a favorite symbol of freedom and justice was the trim ship Avenger. Sturdy, swift, braving fair weather and foul, the Avenger, manned by a rugged crew, her master, the mysterious figure known only as the Phantom Pirate, sailed the seven seas, striking terror into the hearts of tyrants and wrongdoers. In the dusk of evening, Captain Caleb Starr and his grandson Roy rode through the gloom of the East Coast countryside to the home of Phineas Fourteenth. As the carriage neared its destination, the sad-faced captain forced himself to speak to the young lad beside him.
Rory, my boy, I just don't know how to explain to you.
Explain what, Grandfather?
I'm fond of you, Rory. You're a good lad. And you've been like real flesh and blood to me.
Oh, I know you're not my real Grandfather, but you've been just like one to me.
I took a liking to you from the moment I found you floating, half-starving, in that longboat. The only survivor, all alone. And no one to tell who you were or where you came from. Only a packet of papers, and them written in a foreign tongue. Phineas Porcine read them. I couldn't. They contain not a word about you.
Oh, I know that, Grandfather. He said they were some worthless records. I wish I could read them.
Sometime, if you follow Mr. Fourteenth's advice, you may get to learning to read them. I've kept them aboard ship just for that.
You're not taking me with you, are you, Grandfather?
No, Rory. Mr. Fourteenth has offered to take you in. You've need for schooling, and that's more than an old ship's captain can give you. Besides, well, it's dangerous.
You're afraid something will happen, aren't you?
No, I'm used to trouble.
But not trouble like you've been having.
Rory, it's not fair to you to share the danger. You're a brave lad, Rory, and I'm proud of you. But with things going the way they are, there's no room on the ship for you. It's dangerous.
I'm not afraid.
No, I don't believe you are. But don't worry, my boy. The world's not ended yet.
In a small waterfront inn, a dark-skinned giant named Gamba, trusted friend of the Phantom Pirate, nods as though in sleep as his keen ears overhear snatches of a conversation at a nearby table. Two men are huddled over their grog, speaking together in low tones.
Oh, I don't like it. I'd rather not get mixed up in it. I'm not one for burning ships. It only means trouble.
It's trouble you're afraid of, is it? There'll be no trouble for you if you do as I ask.
But I've got nothing against Captain Caleb Starr.
Quiet, you fool. Don't mention that name. You want everyone to know our business? And you'll do the job?
It's not to my liking out there.
Look here, I had enough of your sniveling. Either you do the job I ask, or perhaps there are those who'd like to know the truth about you.
Truth? What truth?
There are those who'd like to know that Sam Trout ain't Sam Trout at all.
What do you mean?
If you must know, there was a man who sailed with pirates. There's a price on that man's head. Would you like to know his name? I'll tell you. It's Blackie Grubb.
Oh, you... How'd you know I was Blackie?
It doesn't matter how I know it. But you, Sam Trout, were once pirate Blackie Grubb. And it's enough to know that information could set you swinging at a rope's end.
All right. I'm hooked. I'll do the job for you. There's no way out.
Good. I knew you'd come around to my way of thinking. Now listen closely. This is what I want you to do.
After the two men had left the inn, Gamba, too, stepped through the door onto the cobbled dockside street. The two men had vanished. Gamba mounted his swift horse and rode off into the night. He was soon out of the town into the rock-hilly coast country. He followed secret paths through the wild shrubs and trees, and at last, Gamba rode into a thick forest that lined the side of a deep valley. Here, in the blackness of the wilderness, was the secret hideout of the trim ship Avenger. Hidden from the sea by high bluffs that concealed the cove and inlet, the Avenger was kept ready to sail at a moment's notice. Gamba drew his horse to a stop. From the shadows stepped a tall figure, with a black cape that fell from his shoulders almost to the ground. The Phantom Pirate spoke.
That's you, Gamba. It's me, Gamba. There's trouble. Bad trouble for Captain Starr. Two men talking in. They burned Captain Starr's ship.
Burn his ship? We can't let that happen, Gamba. He's lost too much already. One of his ships to pirates, and then his warehouse burned. That leaves him with only one ship.
That's not all. Other fellas say, when fire start, he to search Captain Starr's cabin.
Search? For what?
For papers. Him say packet papers.
Packet of papers. Who were the men, Gamba?
One I know. Him sailor on Captain Starr's ship. Other have collar up. In shadow. No shade.
Tell me the rest while we ride, Gamba. We must get to Captain Caleb's ship. Steady, boy. Get him back. They're quick to act.
We go help fight fire.
You go. I'd rather not be seen now. See what you can find out. I'll meet you later behind the warehouse there.
We go. You take care.
As Gamba leaped forward to help fight the blaze on the ship, the Phantom Pirate melted into the shadows of packing cases and barrels that littered the dock. Suddenly, he heard the sound of muffled conversation. He crept nearer the sound, being careful not to make any noise that might reveal his presence.
You will get nothing from me for that job. It's the best I could do. Your best isn't good enough, Blackie Grubb. Don't call me that. You said you wouldn't if I did the job.
Call that a job? The fire's practically out. And you didn't get the papers. I have half a notion to turn you in and see you dangle.
I'll see you.
You'll what? You'll do what to me, you sniveling coward? Here, take this. Here's your pay.
Oh, a knife. You knifed me.
Stop. Stand where you are.
I'll stand for no one.
The phantom pirate was quick, but not quick enough. The nimble attacker sped along the dock and into the shadows. Afraid to risk a shot, and knowing that the fleeing man could easily escape in the clutter of the wharf, the phantom pirate turned his attention to the injured man.
Easy now, easy. He done me in the dog.
Why did you do what you did?
I didn't want to do it. I had nothing against the captain. Him would knife me. He made me do it.
You set the fire?
He made me. He knew I'd once been a pirate.
He called you Blackie Grub.
That's right. That was me. He said he'd have me hanged if I didn't do it. Oh.
Easy. What's his name? Tell me his name.
I don't know who he was. He knew me. I was afraid. I did it. Now.
He's gone.
Friend, you there?
Yes, Gamba, it's me.
Trouble?
Yes, Gamba. You recognize this man?
Me see. Him same man, other called pirate. Him made set fire.
He set his last fire.
Who killed him?
It was the other one you saw at the inn. He escaped.
Maybe he tried to make more trouble yet.
Yes, Gamba, I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of him.
Maybe we better watch ship. Fire out now.
Much damage?
3-4 day repair, maybe. She out in the harbor. Pull her away from dock.
Was the captain aboard?
Him go country. Take ransom early. Then go see Fourteenth.
Phineas Fourteenth, huh? Are they expected back tonight?
Come back late.
There's a job for us here, Gamba. Captain Starr's troubles have been too many to be just accidental. I want to have a look around Captain Starr's cabin. When the captain returns, I want to have a little talk with him. When Captain Starr and Rory arrived at Porcine's home, the boy was sent from the room as the two men discussed the captain's problems. Mr. Porcine, a heavy, red-faced man, moved his bulk in his chair. His words were not too comforting.
Captain Starr, I'll be only too happy to take care of the boy for you, but as far as the other help, I'm afraid my hands are tied.
I know I've had a run of bad luck, Phineas, but it's none of my doing. As my broker, I thought you could at least advance me a little to see me through the voyage.
Captain, this is a matter of business. I can't pour good money after bad.
I can't understand it. 2 fine ships I had. Now I have but the one. I've lost my warehouse and goods.
Perhaps you'll have better luck this time.
Perhaps, Phineas. I must have better luck, or else I'm through, finished. All my life's work ruined.
Oh, come, man. You're taking a dim view of it.
Phineas, I don't think my troubles have been bad luck. It's as though someone were trying to ruin me.
That's a harsh charge, Captain.
Yes. Yes, it is.
But for what purpose? Why should anyone seek to ruin you?
I'm talking out of my mind. It's been a hard blow.
A hard blow, yes, indeed. But come, you're sailing once again. And you know the boy will be in good hands.
Yes, Rory. He's a good lad. I know you'll take proper care of him.
You may depend on it. I, too, have a personal interest in the boy.
Good. That's a relief to know that, at least. But I must be off. I'll say goodbye to the boy.
We'll open the door, Captain, and call him.
Rory! Rory, my boy.
Yes, Grandpa. What is it?
Well, lad, it's a hard thing to do, but...
You're not leaving now, are you, Grandfather?
Come. None of that now. Chin up. There'll be plenty of time for you to sail. Goodbye, my boy.
Goodbye, Grandfather.
Mr. Fourteenth! I'm sorry. You know you had company.
Captain Starr, Rory, this is Mr. Jonas.
How do you do?
Jonas works for me.
How do you do?
Sorry, Mr. Porcine. I didn't know.
Very well, Jonas. You entered the room as though you had news.
Yes, news.
Well, out with it.
It's bad news, I'm afraid, for Captain Starr.
Has anything happened to my ship?
I'm afraid so. She was set afire, sir. But she's not a total loss.
Not a total loss? Well, come, that's good news, isn't it, Captain?
Yes, that's good news. And I must get back at once. Stay here, my boy. Remember, it's for your own good. Goodbye, Rory.
Goodbye, sir.
Well, I didn't mean to...
That's enough for the moment, Mr. Jonas.
Yes, sir.
Rory, my boy, would you mind running off to bed now? The housekeeper will show you to your room. Good night, son.
Good night, sir.
Mr. Jonas, I do not like mistakes. I particularly do not like people who make mistakes. You have made 2 mistakes tonight.
It wasn't my fault the ship wasn't destroyed, or the papers couldn't be found.
Any mistake that is a mistake of yours, you're assigned to a job of mine, Mr. Jonas.
But, Mr. Ford...
No excuses, Mr. Jonas. There'll be no more, you understand?
Yes, sir.
You will never, under any condition, burst into my house again.
I understand, sir.
Especially with blood on your sleeve cuff. Now sit down, Mr. Jonas, and tell me how you failed.
Captain Starr, hurrying back to the ship Sally Ann, feared the worst. When he finally reached the ship, he was sure the fire had been set deliberately, but there was no one to prove it. No one had seen the fire lit, and there was no evidence of any wrongdoing. The old captain shook his head sadly as he walked to his cabin. He opened the door and closed it behind him. He stood leaning against the door for a few moments. Then, suddenly...
I've been waiting for you, Captain.
What? Who are you?
I'm a friend, Captain. I've come to help you.
If you're a friend, why do you skulk in a dark cabin?
I wanted to see you alone and quietly. Sit down here, Captain.
Why, you have your cloak covering your face.
Yes, but that needn't alarm you. You can trust me.
I don't know that I can trust anyone.
Here, take this. Hold it up to the crack in the hurricane lamp. Then perhaps you'll trust me.
Oh, what is it?
Look at it.
Why, it's a small flag. The flag of the Phantom Pirate. I've heard of you, but somehow I'd never thought you were real. Oh, why have you come here?
Captain, you're in trouble. You've had bad times. Suppose you tell me when and how it all started.
It's a long story. Why should I tell you?
You needn't if you wish.
Well, it started about the time the young lad came to live with me. In fact, it was about the second voyage after. What happened tonight? The fire. I can't understand it. I've never done harm to anyone.
You say these accidents happened soon after you took Rory into your home.
Yes, soon after. But the boy had nothing to do with it.
Well, not the boy, Captain, no. You say there was nothing in the longboat with the boy but a packet of papers?
That's all. Wrapped in oilskin they were. They're written in a foreign tongue. Why?
And only you and Phineas Porcine have seen them.
That's right. Phineas told me they were worthless.
Where are they now?
I have them hidden in... Why, there's been someone going through my things.
I thought as much when I came here. The fire was lit to attract attention as well as to destroy the ship.
You didn't do it.
I've touched nothing.
But who? Why? I have nothing of value. I have no enemy.
You can't be certain, Captain Starr. Take my advice. Get your ship repaired as quickly as possible. Set a date for sailing. I have a plan. If it works, it should bring your enemies into the open.
The Phantom Pirate lost no time in explaining his plan to Gamba. The dusky giant immediately agreed to the part he was to play. While the Sally Ann was being repaired, he kept a constant watch on the home of Phineas Porcine. Then, on the day preceding the delayed sailing of Captain Caleb's ship, Gamba had news to report.
Porcine leave house. Look like take long trip.
Well, that's interesting, Gamba. Not exactly what I'd expected, but interesting. You've no idea where he was going?
No. Jonas take him. Gone all day. Jonas return long. He have trunk when go, no trunk when come back.
Did you see Rory?
No. Boy in house. No come out.
Good. You know his room?
Far back, him there.
Well, Gamba, the iron's at white heat. Now's the time to strike. You know the plan?
We do.
And tonight's the night. Good luck. A few scant hours before the Sally Ann was to sail with the tide, the dark shadow to the Porcine estate contained another shadow. It was Gamba. He crept forward until he reached the window of the room in which Rory lay. The lad sensed that the big man had come to help him. In a moment, the bonds were cut. Then, Gamba lifted the boy over the windowsill, and the two quietly slipped through the trees to Gamba's waiting horse.
Yeah. Up, Rory. Now. Now we go to Grandfather. Get up, boy.
In the shadows, the Phantom Pirate watched.
As the two disappeared, he crossed the gravel drive, walked up the steps, and across the porch to the door. In a few moments, an upstairs window opened.
What do you want?
It's about the boy. I've come for him.
On whose orders?
Does the name Phineas Porcine mean anything to you?
I'll be right down.
In a few moments, the door was thrown open, and the Phantom Pirate had stepped into the room.
I've come for the boy.
Porcine said there was no one to see him.
If Porcine wants him, I'll take him, and no one will stop me.
It don't seem right. The last words Porcine said to me
They'll
were...
be your last words if you don't follow Porcine's wishes. Now step lively and get the boy.
All right, but I'll go with you.
Get the boy.
He's in here. He's gone. The boy's gone.
This will go hard with you, Jonas.
It wasn't my fault. I had him tied in the bed. The ropes have been cut.
You bungled, Jonas.
He's been kidnapped, the boy has. Who could have done it?
You'll probably find him aboard the grandfather's ship.
No, not there. If he's there, it's an end to him. He's done.
And it'll be the end of you, Jonas.
I've got to get him back. He's on a jinxed ship. She's sailing to her doom and the boy with her.
How do you know, Jonas?
Fourteenth told me himself. He told me he was going to make sure himself that this was the last trip of the Sally Ann.
It was the matter of a moment to convince the frightened Jonas that they should halt the sailing of the Sally Ann. As the Phantom Pirate had planned it, they arrived too late. Leaping from their horses, they could see the Sally Ann as she sped out to sea. They saw the sails break loose and fill with the offshore wind. The Phantom Pirate noticed that his companion was trembling.
Jonas, you're shaking.
It's Porcine. He'll never rest till he gets me when he finds I've let the boy slip out of my hands. I've got to get away.
We've got to get that boy back. Right to the end of the harbor. You'll be picked up by a small boat. We're going to overtake the Sally Ann. The Phantom Pirate headed back to the secret cover. Versed as she was in the secret cove, the trim ship Avenger was always ready at a moment's notice, kept trim and ready by the rugged crew that manned her. She awaited only the word of her master to spring into action. The Phantom Pirate gave the word, and her quick crew slipped her moorings. The Avenger responded to the drift of the ebb tide. She quivered at the first touch of the wind. And as the Phantom Pirate felt the fleet ship respond, he cried,
"Spread sail and away, lads! We strike for freedom!"
Like a great gull, the Avenger sprang forward with canvas spread, kniving her way through the rolling sea, heading out to a new adventure. Jonas was brought aboard. Fearing Fourteenth's anger and vengeance if he failed again, he was curious to know what the strange figure intended to do. In the Phantom Pirate's cabin, he put his thoughts into words.
What are we doing here? How do you expect to get the boy back?
Never mind, we will. But first I must know when Porcine expects to attack the Sally Ann.
No, he's clever, he is. He don't tip his hand. Maybe you could tell me. You saw him last.
Answer a civil question.
I don't know. And if I did, I don't think I'd tell you. There's something funny about this whole business.
Enough. I'll leave you to cool off a while. And don't try to leave this cabin. Under half sail, the Avenger followed the Sally Ann at a distance. Only the top of Captain Caleb's mast could be seen above the rolling sea. Alerting the watch to keep an eye out for strange sails, the Phantom Pirate made his way to the fore cabin and called, "Gamba, Rory, you come out now."
Boy, we go on deck.
I'm glad he rescued me.
We're not done yet, Rory. As long as the Sally Ann is in danger.
You get Jonas?
Yes, Gamba, he's on board. I've learned that Porcine is behind this plot. Jonas told me he was personally leading an attack on the Sally Ann.
What about Grandfather?
Rory, we can only hope that when the attack comes, we'll get there in time. The Avenger sailed on during the fading day. As the sun dropped lower and lower in the west, the Phantom Pirate strained to keep the masts of the Sally Ann in sight. Gamba expressed his concern at the growing darkness.
It's bad if Porcine wait till night.
If it grows any darker, we'll lose sight of the Sally Ann.
We keep on course. Maybe pick up ship in morning.
That's all we can do, Gamba. Let's hope we don't lose it.
Where away? 3 points off the larboard bows. Coming in fast.
This must be it, Gamba. We'll take advantage of time and the darkness to get in on his dirty work. We'll have to move fast.
Oh! hands to station. Set all sails. Get set for action. We're closing in.
The Avenger responded with full canvas. Her prow bit into the rolling sea, eager for the challenge. The Phantom Pirate knew the dangers of a night encounter with a heavily armed foe. There was only one thing to do. Distract the attention of the enemy.
Number 1 gun.
Loaded and ready, sir.
Fire.
Fire, sir.
In a moment, with a belch of flame that lighted up the darkening sky, the cannon discharged its shot with a deafening roar. From time to time, as the Avenger shortened the distance between itself and the Sally Ann, the cannon were discharged. But the enemy ship ignored the approaching Avenger. The Phantom Pirate knew that he was dealing with no coward.
They're going to board her. I was afraid of that, Gamba. Cease fire!
Cease fire, sir.
This will have to be hand-to-hand, Gamba. Make sure the men are ready. Grasping hooks ready. Prepare to board!
Sails were shortened as the Avenger eased into contact with the two vessels. The Phantom Pirate chose to close in on the far side of the Sally Ann, leaving the deck of that ship as a meeting place for the fighting men. In a few moments, the grappling hooks of the Avenger were over the sides and biting into the Sally Ann's wood. The Avenger was pulled alongside, and at a word from the Phantom Pirate, the men swarmed over the side.
At the men! With the will!
In the excitement of the fight, the fearful Jonas had crept up onto the deck. He looked about him at the fight that raged. He feared both Phineas Fourteen and the Phantom Pirate, and he crouched for a while, not knowing what to do. And then, suddenly, his evil eyes gleamed, for he had seen the figure of Rory standing behind a mast. Jonas crept forward. Suddenly, Rory turned.
Well, Rory, you slip away from me, will you? Strike out at me, eh? We'll see who's master here, you young wildcat.
Let me go.
You're coming with me.
The evil Jonas dragged the struggling Rory across the deck of the Avenger and was halfway across the Sally Ann when 14 decided to quit the battle. Jonas, seeing 14's men cutting the grappling lines loose from the Sally Ann, fearful of what would happen to him if he were left behind, cried out,
Wait for me! Don't leave me! I've got the boy!
His cries went unheeded by 14's men, but caught the ear of Gamba.
You let boy down!
In desperation, Jonas slipped the lad to the deck and, stooping, picked up a sword that had been dropped during the fighting. He lunged at Gamba, but his blade was deflected by that of the Phantom Pirate.
I'll show you how an honest man fights.
And you'll feel the bite of a pirate's steel. Oh, you've broken my arm. Please don't. I give up.
I'll give you peace. I'll save you for a purpose.
Just let me go. I'll do anything you say.
You'll take a message to your master, Mr. Fourteen. Tell him he sunk his last merchant ship. I'll strike and strike again until the sea is fit for honest men to sail.
Who are you?
You can give your master the compliments of the Phantom Pirate.
You saved the Sally Ann.
Yes, Rory, we did. But not quite as planned. I'm afraid your grandfather's had quite a shock. You know what?
No, sir, what?
I think it would do him a lot of good if you went in to see him.
Thank you, sir. I'll do that.
Him good boy.
Yes, Gamba, he is. But he may never know his own name.
Course, you get paper.
Yes, Captain Starr was injured trying to prevent it. I'm afraid our task's not finished, Gamba. We still have a score to settle with Phineas Fourteen. And so the Phantom Pirate's endless struggle to free the sea of evil and tyranny continues. Join us again as all sails set, flying before the wind, comes the trim ship Avenger. The Phantom Pirate strikes for freedom. The Phantom Pirate is a copyrighted feature of the Lester Company.
Good evening. This is Crime Classics. I am Thomas Hyland with another true story of crime. Listen. That's a pair of scissors, hand-wrought in gold in the shape of a peacock. The young lady who's using them is trimming her husband's beard. The beard has just been washed to get the blood out of it. For a few hours ago, out on the bounding main, her husband stabbed a few fellows from up close. And the beard has been perfumed, too, to get the gunpowder and sulfur smells out of it, because there's just been a battle. And now the beard is being trimmed before curling, because her husband is very vain about his beard. It is a Blackbeard, which caused some 18th century pundit to dub him Blackbeard. His real name, Edward Teach. Profession, pirate. His wife, Hannah. Hannah's all done. The beard's all ready for curling. Such a good wife. Oh, no, she wasn't. Tonight, my report to you on Blackbeard's 14th wife. Why she was no good for him.
Crime Classics, a series of true crime stories from the records and newspapers of every land and every time. Your host each week, Mr. Thomas Hyland, connoisseur of crime, student of violence, and teller of murders. Now, once again, Thomas Hyland.
The year of 1714. The place is the Caribbees. Two vessels locked in combat. One flying the Skull and Bones. The other, the three-pennated gonfalon of the Duc de la San Alban. The very Duc de la San Alban who boasted to history that his 40-gun vessel La Panque would never be boarded by pirates. Well, it was, wasn't it? And the Duke, he was defending himself against a pirate, Edward Teach by name, and here's what was happening. Teach had just disengaged into the cart line. The Duke parries cart. There goes Teach into the Valestra, calculated to throw the Duke off balance, but the Duke parries, goes into a doublé, a Molinet now, lunge, parry, and Teach feints in the advance 1-2, lunges. And the Duke goes down without a sound, which, as you will recall, is the way the Duke swore he would die. So Edward Teach and his pirates won the prize La Panque, renamed it Queen Anne's Revenge, and sailed disguised as merchantman into Jamaica. Here, in a small waterfront cafe, he made friends.
Now, let's drink a toast, eh, Captain?
Aye, I'll make you one. I drink to Captain Edward Teach.
To yourself, Captain?
To Captain Edward Teach, whose name's going to be known about.
What a one you are. Isn't he a one, mate, huh?
Oh, he's a one.
You shot my captain.
You rather wish it was you?
You shot me, Captain Teach. I would not be able to drink to Captain Teach.
Drink you.
Don't shoot me, Captain. I drink high to Captain Teach. I drink high to Captain Teach, whose name going to be known about.
Drain it.
Captain.
Drain it, or I'll let what you drunk out again.
To Captain Edward Teach.
I need me a mate. You be mate to Captain Teach. Aye.
That's how Edward Teach got a first mate. His name was Kerf, and you might like to know that later in his career, Kerf struck out on his own vessel, crew, and Jolly Roger. But Kerf, in his very first encounter with a Britisher, got pinned to the mast by a cutlass. So we know that his period of association with Teach was happier than when he worked for himself. Teach and Kerf sailed from Jamaica, where they'd met, to Nassau. On the way... And they captured the sloop Invincible, threw all her hands to the sharks, took aboard her booty, then scuttled her. And in Nassau, on the silver sands of Nassau, when the silver moon was younger than it is now...
It's so silky. And curlsome. Oh, and beautiful.
Some call me Blackbeard.
Blackbeard.
Well?
The name is apt.
Hannah.
Oh, so silky.
How many years have you, Hannah?
Enough to let the wisdom in.
Of what?
Of men. Yes, even men with black beards.
But none such as mine, huh?
None, sir. It is true.
How many years have you, Hannah? Actual years?
6 and 10.
Yeah. Well, your wife to me.
Such as you, and you have no wife.
Here I have no wife in the Bahamas.
But elsewhere?
Mary, Genevieve, Margot, Prudence, Molly, Sharon.
How many?
13. 13, Hannah. A number which is not lucky.
And this is the reason you wish to wife me?
The touch you have with my beard. I'm lonely for it.
I'll marry with you, but...
But what?
This pirating of yours...
What of it?
You play at it.
I'll play.
You'll be one of many pirates, small men with small wants and small names. Do you not wish a large name?
Some call me Blackbeard.
Then make the most of it.
What do you know of pirate?
Look to me.
And?
Now fan out your beard. So. And in braids over your ears. So. And punk to light among its silk. And under your hat lighted matches. Oh, what a fearsome thing. What terror could you conjure, Blackbeard of Hades? Well, what think you?
I would kiss you.
Then do it. Oh, and now I wish, a wish to make.
Woman, a wedding wish, that's what.
Yes.
Then name it.
Shall I?
The highest star that sends a glimmer on, yours. The moon that orbs a silver on darkened sea, yours. And the sun that...
Oh, pooh.
What?
Pooh, I said. I wish none of these.
Then what?
This island. This Nassau. What, laughter?
That you have but 16 years in such a dream.
This island. I want it.
And you shall have it.
Now.
Later.
What manner of rapscallions be you two?
When my mate has a craving for an apple, he has no care whose table it is off, nor yours, the governor's.
And I sentence both of you to the gibbet.
For eating an apple?
For murder. For the murder of my guard.
It was the only way we could get to see you.
Oh? And what profession do you have? Besides rapscallery, that is.
Piracy.
What say you?
Having finished of the apple, my mate says piracy.
And I say it twice. I sentence the two of you to the gibbet. Guards, take these two rags to hang.
Haste not, Governor.
Oh?
Haste not, because I say.
Saying?
I am here on an errand of romance. I am here on an errand of beauty.
Oh?
I have this morning been wed to a girl of 10 and 6.
I fight back the salty tears.
You will weep.
Make me weep, condemned man.
Aye. This girl of 10 and 6, she wishes a wedding gift.
How like a maiden?
She wishes this island, this city and all that's in it.
Then I will instruct hangman to hang thee by a rapid method he knows, so thy bride cannot ask thee for the world.
Just this island, and she will have it.
Oh?
Oh, indeed, if my calculations are correct. What say you, mate?
Take these clowns and... What is this?
Go to the window and you will see it, Governor. 4 sloops there are of yours in the harbor. They will die there. My vessel, Queen Anne's Revenge, and the men that's on will sink your ships and block your harbor. and hold captive your city. Say ho, Governor, so long as your mouth is open. Say ho and believe it. I'll get you to the window and look. Oh.
The governor then gave apples to everybody. Everybody except Edward Teach. Him he gave the Bahama Islands. It was a good thing, too, else Nassau would have been put to the torch. All the pirates enjoyed this state of affairs very much. No wonder. Let us look in on a typical week in the life of Blackbeard's pirates. Monday, leave Nassau and pick up the trade winds, straddle the Gulf Stream someplace, and wait for a prey. Then...
Frenchman to starboard!
Then...
Right on, Montale, roger!
Then...
Hand me my beard and hair matches.
Then...
How do I look?
Terrifying. The French will quiver in their silk.
And then... And Blackbeard never lost a fight. True, some of his men would get killed and have to be given to the sea, but the survivors never had it so good. Like as not, they were back in Nassau by Friday night, and there were welcome arms to greet them, with Caribbean poultices to soothe their wounds. And on Saturday night, what they liked to do best was pay homage to their leader.
I give you Captain Edward Teach. I give you Blackbeard, whose name is known about.
Oh, they love you so much, Edward.
And this place.
Oh, it's a pity.
What is?
Walk with me, Edward, outside a while.
Yes.
I said, Edward, that it's a pity.
And I asked what is?
That we shall leave here soon.
But these 6 months, you...
Have you noticed that less and less ships appear?
Aye, that is so.
But there are many ships along the Carolina coast.
Aye. And so?
Many ships which carry provisions and stores to the colonies, and many ships bearing riches back to Europe in return.
You're a bright tackling.
Good wife to you.
Aye. Aye, indeed.
Wait.
Wait?
Will we do it? Will we go to the Carolines?
Well, but Nassau, this I gave to you, and hardly have you used it.
I've used it enough. Now the Carolines.
If you wish it.
I wish it.
Yes. Good wife.
Oh, silky beard. Curlsome, silky black beard.
They sailed a week later, and the night before they disembarked on the shores of North Carolina, Blackbeard and his pirate crew gave Mrs. Blackbeard a party on her birthday. She was 10 and 7.
You are listening to Crime Classics and your host, Thomas Hyland. Dramatic actors play comedy roles, comedians interpret the drama. This Friday night, as CBS Radio's Stage Struck introduces that exclusive theatrical fraternity, the Players. Participants will be Franklin P. Adams, Gene Hirschholt, Jimmy Cagney, Ray Bolger, Bobby Clark, Charles Coburn, Cedric Hardwick, Bert Lahr, Charles Lawton, and hosts more of the Players. It's Friday night on CBS Radio's Stage Struck, now heard half an hour later on most of these same stations. And now once again, Thomas Hyland and the second act of Crime Classics, and his report to you on Blackbeard's 14th wife, why she was no good for him.
I would like to say a few words about governors. New World governors, vintage early 1700s. First of all, I would like to say that many of them had brothers-in-law back in England at court, connections, or else they had won an important battle, or took part in an important scandal, or they were just fellows who the king or queen didn't want in the old country anymore. Some of the colonial governors of this era were wise and intelligent administrators, but others were cheaters, that is, thieves, that is, they stole their colonies blind. Let us then look in on a scene. The governor of North Carolina and Edward Teach, pirate, standing in the reception room of the governor's mansion with their arms about each other's shoulders.
I hear they call you Blackbeard.
Yes.
I hear you stick lighted matches in your beard and in your hair.
Yes.
Ooh. Just don't do it when I'm around.
Just don't go to sea, Governor.
Why should I?
It's good here in North Carolina, isn't it?
Oh, better. Since you surrendered to me, the people cheer me when I walk the streets.
And they cheer me, too, since you issued the writ granting amnesty to me and my men. It's a good feeling.
Worth 1,000 gold pieces you paid me?
My wife said you would have been satisfied with 500.
How is your wife?
Very good.
She was right.
Pirate. Governor.
Call me pirate again.
Pirate. Sea robber. Swashbuckler. Listen.
Yes?
Let's conspire.
Again?
Again.
Good.
The men are restless. They're grumbling.
Oh?
They want to go to sea again.
And they want a good fat galleon to plunder.
Yes.
The vessel Angel's Head is due to arrive about a week from now from Portsmouth.
Oh? Carrying what?
Sugar, gold, silks, and 2 ladies from the court.
A week from now?
Yes. And Captain Teach.
Aye?
The 2 ladies from the court. One of them is Lady Barbara Falmouth. You must know why she's leaving England.
Yes, I heard.
But it's true, every word of it. And, Captain.
Aye.
Of the rest of the booty...
50%.
Oh, like always.
Like always.
I'll walk with you to the door.
Blackbeard went immediately then to the den where his pirates were grumbling and told them the news. They stopped grumbling, hailed him a merry, merry, merry lad, and sharpened their cutlasses. A few days later, they put to sea and... the results of which, sugar, gold, silk confiscated, 2 ladies of the court never heard of again, and the ship Angel's Head put to the torch. This was just about the way things went. A chat with the governor.
The ship Las Flores from Lisbon, due in a fortnight, Captain.
Tell the boys. Put to sea and... then...
Half for you, Governor. Half for me.
And once, after a particularly successful sortie...
Half for you, Governor, half for me.
Tonight we shall have a ball.
Good.
Bring your wife.
I will.
And this Lieutenant Maynard is Hannah Teach.
Delighted.
Lieutenant of what?
You'll excuse me.
Lieutenant of what?
Of the Navy, His Majesty's. Miss Teach.
Mrs.
You're joking.
For nearly 2 years now. Edward Teach is my husband.
Edward Teach? Blackbeard?
Yes. Would you care to meet him?
Well...
My husband's a big man and a strong man. Are you frightened to meet him, Lieutenant?
I would very much like to meet your husband. Where is he?
He was standing there a moment ago speaking with the governor's lady.
Then another time.
Come, we will look for him.
Really?
Come.
Very well. But that was your husband who we saw pass us and go toward the...
Hush.
Why did you not call out to him then?
Hush.
Really?
Bend to me.
Really?
Yes.
Very well.
Oh, how soft is your cheek. Soft and beardless.
Your husband's beard is truly magnificent.
It reeks either of battle tar or perfume. I cannot stand it.
Really?
Really.
Mrs. Teach...
If you say it softly, you may say Hannah.
Hannah.
Just so.
How many years have you?
10 and 8.
I have 20 and 1.
Bend to me again the softness of your cheek.
I want to.
Oh, so young.
As you are young.
Hold me.
I want to. Hannah?
Yes?
No, what I mean is, where does your husband hide his ship?
What?
I am curious of it. Where does he hide his ship?
On the province of Friendship, the third inlet off the river. Why?
I was curious of it.
Do you have a curiosity?
About all things.
About me?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
I hate the governor of North Carolina.
Of course you do.
Now, listen to me, Lieutenant Maynard. Before I was governor of Virginia back in England, do you know what he did to me?
Well, I heard...
You heard? How did you hear?
The governor of North Carolina, he tells everyone...
I hate him!
And he shall have his due.
Yes.
When word gets back to England that his river harbors the notorious pirate Blackbeard...
And that the governor shares the pirate's booty...
All I need is 2 sloops, Governor.
And you shall have them. And a reward.
What reward?
Bring me the head of Blackbeard and name your reward.
Really?
Really.
Thank you, Governor.
Hannah,
Yes, Edward?
I'm tired.
You don't look well, Edward.
I mean, I'm tired of this life. Of piracy, of slaughter. Come to the bow of the ship. I want to show you something. Look there.
And to see what?
The land.
What of it?
The governor has promised me all the land from my vessel at anchor as center and 10 miles in radius out from it in the form of a circle. What do you think?
Oh, you are tired, Edward. And somehow older. Yes, to me, older. And your beard.
What of it?
Gray.
Where?
Here, and here, and here.
What? What was that?
2 sloops! Men of war! Stop it! Flying the royal flag coming this way!
Broadside!
Broadside!
Now, this is what happened. Maynard's 2 sloops closed on Blackbeard, 1 on each side of Teach's vessel, and the 3 ships were held together by grappling hooks. And it was a furious sight. There was not one man on either side who did not receive some mark, who did not add some of his blood to the slippery decks. Then Blackbeard was boarded midst a hail of grape shot in which Blackbeard received 3 pellets in his leg. Maynard found the pirate leaning against the mainmast, shot him.
Die, pirate! Not yet! Over 2 and no quarter!
And the men fell back to watch their captain's duel. It was a wonderful duel, and it lasted over an hour. And toward the end of it, Maynard Dublade then advanced in Kona de Cis Cart Cis. Teach parried, then performed a striking moulinet and lunged into the cart line. Lunged and slipped. Slipped, yet on his knees parried Maynard once, twice, but the third time... Teach was dead, and the duel was over. And so was the battle, for Blackbeard's men had no heart for it anymore. Lieutenant Maynard, having declared himself victor and new master of Blackbeard's boat, went below into the pirates' quarters.
Hannah.
Oh, my darling.
Get up, Hannah.
Oh, bend your cheek to me.
I don't want to.
What?
Come on deck, Hannah.
For what reason?
Wife of a pirate and his spur.
For what reason do you want me on deck?
To be hanged.
Really?
Upon my word.
And this is what Lieutenant Maynard did to the Teach family. He wrecked it. He hanged Hannah Teach, and he cut off Edward Teach's head. The head he mounted on the prow of the ship and sailed it proudly into Roanoke Harbor, tacking beautifully in such a manner that the black beard of Edward Teach streamed gracefully on the soft evening wind. A gull soared down to have a look, but when it saw what it was, it screamed and flew away.
In just a moment, Thomas Hyland will tell you about next week's crime classic. Blackbeard's 14th Wife, tonight's crime classic, was adapted from the original court reports and newspaper accounts by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The music was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann, and the program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. Thomas Hyland is portrayed on radio by Lou Merrill. In tonight's story, William Conrad was heard as Teach, Betty Harford as Hannah, and Alastair Duncan as Maynard. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Joseph Kearns, Richard Peel, and Jack Crucian. Bob Lamont speaking. Here again is Thomas Hyland.
Next week, Camelot, England, in the year 600, and the troubles caused by Guinevere, who was married to Arthur and loved by Lancelot. My report to you will be on The Triangle on the Round Table. Thank you. Good night.
America's favorite teenage rage, Junior Miss, now brings us her haphazard adventures every Thursday evening on most of these same stations. That makes her a perfect listening companion to Millie Bronson, heroine of CBS Radio's wacky Thursday night series titled Meet Millie. In moving to Thursday evenings, Junior Miss also keeps company with Ray Milland of Meet Mr. McNutley comedy fame. Tomorrow night, don't miss Milland with a teenage problem of his own in the shapely shape of a visiting niece and her strange young swain. Tomorrow night at the Star's address. Hear The American Way, starring Horace Heidt, Thursday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Strange Wills. Stories of strange wills made by strange people, starring the distinguished Hollywood actor Warren William, and featuring Perry Ward, Lorene Tuttle, and an all-star Hollywood cast with the original music of Del Castillo. I devise and bequeath to my heirs the 7 deadly sins: envy, pride, hate, jealousy, despair, greed, and anger. And here is Warren William.
These are the stories of strange wills made under the strangest of circumstances, and very often by exceedingly strange people. Human emotions run rampant through the pages of their last written declarations, as though knowing that the Grim Reaper is waiting patiently at their sides. They, in a final outburst, fling the challenge of death into the face of uncertain destiny. You'll see what I mean a little later, but first, a few words from your announcer.
And now back to Warren William as John Francis O'Connell in The Lady and the Pirate.
It has been my good fortune to come from an illustrious line of lawyers. My inherited legal birthright dates back to the year 1724, when my ancestor and namesake, John Francis O'Connell, left England under the King's command to become the legal counselor to the governor of the Carolinas. But he had another mission, a secret one. He was sent to the Carolinas to personally direct in the capture and hanging of the notorious pirate and renegade Englishman, Black Richard Templeton, whose ship, the Elizabeth, cast a shadow of death and doom across the trade lanes in Caribbean waters. How Black Richard finally died is of no relative importance, but his will, written under the most peculiar of circumstances, remains as one of the most unique ever to be filed in probate. Let us now turn back the pages of history to a May evening in the year 1724. His Gracious Majesty's ship, the Royal Vengeance, bound for the Carolinas and the New World, is moving slowly down the channel toward the open sea. Only 3 passengers are aboard. The charming and beautiful Lady Ruth Carroll, whose husband died while fighting in His Majesty's service against France. Her personal maid, Cecile, and I, John Francis O'Connell, barrister and personal representative of the King. The Lady Carroll and her maid are leaning against the rail as they watch the slow progress of the ship as it passes the shadowy docks and buildings that line the waterfront. Weeks and months ahead lies the New World. Uncertainty, adventure, but we Britishers are an adventurous race.
Well, Cecile, we're off at last on our great adventure.
I wonder, milady, if we'll ever see our beloved England again. I hope that divine providence will help us reach your uncle's plantation safely.
Divine providence in our fearless ship, Cecile. Are you still afraid, little chipmunk? Haven't I told you the Royal Vengeance crowds more sail, carries more guns, and is manned by the bravest crew in all England?
Yes, milady Ruth, but...
But what, Cecile?
I know all that to be true, but I worry nonetheless. I've heard tales from seafaring men. I've heard them tell of... Oh, but I shouldn't frighten you, milady.
Oh, frighten me? Goodness, Cecile, nothing ever frightens me. Go on.
I've heard them tell of about that pirate, Black Richard, they call him. And if their stories are true, his deeds are blacker than his name.
He sounds exciting, Cecile. Oh, how I would love to cross the path of this Black Richard.
Milady!
I mean every word I say. I'm not afraid of any man. To show this lout up in his stupidity would be my greatest delight.
Ah, but if he sees you, if Black Richard should ever see you...
Well, let him. He'll see how high an English girl can toss her chin. He'll see that I'm no scullery maid to be trifled with.
Oh, milady, I'm afraid he'll see more than that.
What do you mean?
He'll see 2 red lips bursting with ripeness. He'll see blue eyes as soft as a summer cloud, and a figure that was the toast of London.
And seeing, what do you think he will do, Cecile?
I'd rather not say, milady.
A good ship, the Royal Vengeance, sailed on toward the New World. The weather was brisk. The wind filled every ounce of sail she carried. In less than 6 weeks, she'd put in at the Canaries for supplies and then sailed on. Would the crossing be made without misadventure, without sighting Black Richard? It was inevitable that Lady Ruth Carroll and I should become good friends. It was inevitable, too, that we should discuss what was on everyone's tongue and mind, Black Richard. Late one evening at dinner.
If what you say of me is true, Mr. O'Connell, you've good reason to be practicing with the cutlass. My heavens, he'll make a swordsman of you yet.
And that he has, milady. Most of my waking hours have been devoted to the deadly art of the cutlass. And I must confess, I've even practiced in my sleep. Just let me see Black Richard, and I promise you, milady, he'll be carrion fit for the buzzer.
In spite of all your horrible stories about making the men walk the plank and taking the women to his lonely isle near Nassau, I'm still not the least bit afraid.
Brave girl. And you've really no reason to be. The Royal Vengeance carries 60 guns, and each gun crew has been trained by the Royal Navy. Our gallant Captain Hughes is considered the bravest, most fearless master on the high seas. No, this Black Richard won't tackle us this crossing.
Oh, fiddlesticks, I'm disappointed.
No, don't be, milady. Consider yourself fortunate. As our ship drew near the Bahamas, the first ill omen appeared. The barometer fell rapidly. The Royal Vengeance was running head-on into a storm, and the wind, reaching hurricane velocity, was driving us nearer and nearer to the lair of Black Richard. Captain Hughes was prepared for the storm.
Up the main topmaster! Hurry! Keep your eyes open for strange ships.
Aye, aye, sir.
Batten down the hatches. Gun crews on the alert. We can't be caught napping. Mr. O'Connell! Mr. O'Connell!
Aye, Captain?
You'll take the ladies below for their personal safety and yours. We're going to have dirty weather.
Milady, Cecile, you heard we're ordered below.
Oh, isn't this storm wonderful? Look at the waves. Oh, sheer mountains. And the wind, how it howls.
Like the very devil, if you ask me.
Just think, Mr. O'Connell. Somewhere out there in the same storm is Black Richard. I wonder what he's doing.
More than likely heading straight for port. I doubt if he enjoys this any more than we do.
I heard a sailor say that this is Black Richard's weather. That when the storm is at its worst, he ties himself to the topmast with his spyglass and he looks for ships. And then he follows them in the storm.
That's utter nonsense. No man in his right mind.
We'd better go below before the captain puts us in chains.
Well, at least in the cabin we won't be able to hear the wind.
Hold on the rope, Cecile, and you too, milady, or you're liable to be blown right off the ship. That's right. Easy now. There we are. Now down the steps. Rest if you can, Lady Ruth. I'll go on deck. If anything unusual happens, rest assured I'll come back and tell you.
The only thing unusual that's going to happen is that I'm getting a funny feeling in my stomach. Oh, why did I ever leave England? I'll never know. I'll never know. Oh, forgive me, my lady. Mr. O'Connell, but I think I'm going to die.
All that night the storm raged on in unabated fury. The passengers and crew, with few exceptions, became violently ill. Sleep was out of the question. It became a matter of personal survival against the elements. With the first leaden signs of dawn, the wind abated. I staggered out of my cabin and walked up to the deck. Just as I reached it, I heard a cry from the direction of the topmast.
Sail! A sail to starboard!
Man the guns! Clear the deck! Describe the ship!
I can't see her clear, sir. The sea is too heavy. She looks like a frigate. She carries about 40 guns and she's flying the Union Jack.
Lieutenant, send a shot across the bow. Hell'll stop until we can send over a boarding party to examine her papers.
She's coming on under full sail. Wait, sir. She's lowering the flag. It's coming down. She's sending up another. I can't... Wait. Yes, it's the Jolly Roger. The skull and the crossbones. She's a pirate ship, the Elizabeth. The pirate ship, the Elizabeth.
On board, things were in bad shape. The men, weakened from the storm, were in no condition to repel a serious attack. On and on came Black Richard's ship, and then, when we were in cannon range...
All hands on deck to repel the attack! Stand by for action! Chop away the broken mast and clear the debris! Gun crews, break her fore and aft! Be alive there! Mr. O'Connell, you'll go below and assist Lady Carol and her maid to escape should we be found or be taken.
But, Captain...
That's an order, Mr. O'Connell.
Aye, sir, and God save the Royal Vengeance.
Yes, Mr. O'Connell. God save the Royal Vengeance.
Even as I went below deck with Lady Ruth and Cecile, I was formulating a plan of action. I had been sent to the Carolinas under the King's command to assist in the capture and hanging of Black Richard the pirate, and I would do just that no matter what the captain ordered. But first, I must allow for the safety of Lady Ruth and Cecile.
Oh, Mr. O'Connell, Lady Ruth, listen. I hear the sound of cutlasses. The pirates have boarded the ship. Mr. O'Connell, I'm afraid. Mr. O'Connell, I'm so afraid.
Quiet, Cecile. Now listen carefully, both of you. I want you to do exactly as I say, or your life may be forfeited. Lady Ruth, get into a serving gown immediately.
But...
There's no time for buts. If you are taken prisoner, tell them that you are both scullery maids sailing in bondage to the colonies. All of your fineries, everything, must be cast into the sea. Not a trace.
Oh, I knew I never should have left London. Just think Black Richard will capture us and carry us off to his island. We'll all be slaves to those filthy pirates.
I'm going back on deck to engage Black Richard. I'll try to come back if matters worsen, but heed me. If you hear the sound of battle turning against us, you are to jump out of your window into the sea. That's an order.
So the great barrister would have us cast ourselves into the sea. Death before dishonor and all that belly rot. I say, give me a cutlass. I'll fight
You'll
thee.
do as I say, young lady.
But I can't swim. I can't.
Quiet, both of you. As you can see, the water is covered with debris from the battle. If necessary, hang on to anything within reach and trust to God's providence. On deck, matters were serious. The pirates, led by that merciless creature, Black Richard, were driving the King's men backward steadily. I looked for Black Richard, but in the heat of the battle, I could not find him. However, I soon found myself engaged in a furious combat with one of his cutthroats.
Hell, blow me down if I ain't found me a dandy. Lace, frills, and silver buckles.
There for all the thrills. You found a man who'll soon carve the heart out of your worthless carcass.
Listen to them pretty words. Why, you fancy pants, I'll slice your gizzard to ribbons. To that, I take oath.
There, you brigand. Taste the King's steel.
Rally, men! Rally round the King's standard! Hey!
Part 2 of Strange Wills follows in just a moment. And now back to The Lady and the Pirate and Warren William.
The battle raged on. I saw our gallant captain fall, slashed by a dozen cutlasses. And then, through the melee, I saw the man I'd sworn to capture and hang. There he was, Black Richard, brandishing his heavy cutlass now red with blood. I challenged him. Black Richard Templeton, surrender in the name of the king.
You asked Black Richard to surrender? Look around you, lad. You've not a handful left alive.
As long as I'm alive, I intend to run you through.
Why, you young pipsqueak, I'll slice the ears off your curly black head. That I promise by the beard of Beelzebub.
Your faith is not so haughty now, Black Richard. Your eyes are blinded by your foul blood.
I got him. Black Richard. Crashed him right into the sea with a belaying pin, I did. Oh, Captain, your face is based in a bit. Here, Captain, sit down when I finish off the rest of this high-born scum. It'll only take a blooming minute.
My unexpected fall into the water revived me almost immediately. Looking up at the ship, I saw that I had fallen close alongside Lady Ruth's cabin. Cecile was at the window, looking frantically down at me.
Hurry, Mr. O'Connell, hurry. The pirates have come below.
Go first, Cecile. Hurry, Chipmunk. I'll get my jewels.
Open up in there. Open up, or I'll carve the heart out of your body.
Here I come, Mr. O'Connell.
All right, Cecile, quickly now. Ruth! Ruth, where are you? Hurry! Hurry!
Well, shiver my timbers. Look what I captured.
Cecile and I, clinging to our spar, watched the Royal Vengeance break out in angry flames and then, like a tired warrior, slowly sink into a foaming sea. In the far distance, we could see the pirate ship Elizabeth settle slowly by the bow. It had been a death struggle. But fate was kind. The very next morning, a British man-of-war sighted us adrift and saved our lives. Eventually, Cecile and I reached the Carolinas. But the weeks passed, and nothing more was heard about the gallant crew and the Royal Vengeance, or from Lady Ruth. Strangely, too, nothing more was heard from Black Richard. He had disappeared just as mysteriously as the rest. What had happened? I was sitting in my chambers one afternoon, almost 2 years later.
There's a lady to see you, sir. She says you will recollect. Her name is Carroll, a Lady Ruth Carroll.
What? Lady Ruth Carroll? Oh, I can't believe it. You, Lady Ruth.
Your obedient servant, sir. May I enter?
Oh, by all means. But you must be a ghost. I simply can't believe that you're alive. Here, sit down.
Thank you. I had great adventure, Mr. O'Connell. I've lived and I've learned. I'm not the same girl you once knew.
That night, Lady Ruth and I had a quiet supper. I didn't want to seem impatient, but inwardly I was seething with unanswered questions. And then...
I know you want to hear about the rest of the story, Mr. O'Connell. As you know, the door of my cabin was broken down just as Cecile escaped through the window. As the door crashed, I turned and looked at my captor. He grabbed me around the waist and carried me on deck to where the pirate captain, Black Richard, was lying, with his head and eyes swathed in a bloody bandage. I stood alongside Black Richard and I looked down at him. As soon as he spoke, I knew he was no ordinary pirate.
I'm sorry I can't receive you more appropriately, lass. But as you see,
I see that you're sorely wounded, sire.
Who are you, lass?
I'm a scullery maid in bondage to the colonies.
A scullery maid? You think me a fool?
You do not believe me?
Once, long, long ago, I knew ladies such as you. You're highborn. Who are you? Come, out with it.
I'm only an English girl, proud of her heritage and her race.
Well said. Well spoken. It is my misfortune I can't see you. Not for the present, at least.
And please don't try. I'm nothing much, I assure you. Come now, I will change your bandages, and then we must leave this ship. Your cannon have set it afire.
Morris, avast there!
Aye, Captain. I be here.
Are all off?
All off, sir. All but us three. I have the boat waiting. But hurry, Captain. The fire is gaining.
Now then, lass, we'll attend to my hurts.
If you will pardon the use of my petticoats for bandages.
No man was ever luckier.
First, now, I'll take the bandage from your eyes. Here it comes.
Why the gasp? Does the sight of blood frighten you?
Oh, no. Oh, no, it isn't that.
It is an ugly wound, I know. Not one for fair eyes like yours.
It's not the wound, my... sire, forgive me. You must be in pain.
The pains of the flesh are small. Much worse, I know that my fighting days are over. I know that I am blind. Is it not true, lass?
Yes, sire, it is true. You are blind. The three of us set out in the small boat. By that time, the Elizabeth had sunk beneath the waves. During the night, we suffered our first casualty. Morris, the pirate who accompanied us, was washed into the sea. Finally, after I'd given up all hope, I sighted land. It turned out to be a small, uninhabited island. Our landing through the heavy surf was miraculous. Black Richard was greatly weakened through the loss of blood. I half carried, half dragged him up to the beach. He spoke to me weakly.
So this is the finish for Black Richard, scourge of Britain. It is well. It's only right that you know that for 10 years I've been at war with my own beloved land, my own British Isle. I built a free country in the wilderness, one where there's no servitude, no bondage. But now, for me, it's over. Yes, over, but for one last task. Lass, in England I was once a rich man. My fortune is still there. I'm alone, having neither wife nor child. Only a sister, God bless her memory. But she's wealthy in her own right. I need someone to bring the money back here to my new country. If I die without a will, it will revert to the crown. Lass, if you could see the smiling faces of the people who live free of bondage.
There's nothing I would rather see, Richard.
And you shall, too, because I'll tell you where my free land lies. But first, I must draw a will. You shall be the beneficiary. And I have your solemn word that the money will be turned over to my free colony.
My solemn word, sire.
I have naught but my dagger. Help me to my knees, child.
Yes, sire.
I'm up. Now, lass, in the name of a free people, bear your back.
I'm taking my dress off.
I shall hurt you, child, mightily.
I shall try not to scream.
Hand me my dagger.
Here, sire.
Ready?
Ready, sire.
No!
Black Richard died the next day. I buried him and marked his grave. A short while later, a passing ship rescued me. It was bound for free land, Black Richard's home. What I saw there confirmed everything he told me. Mr. O'Connell, I'm going back to England and to bring back Black Richard's fortune back to those people. And I shall join them in their new way of life.
But, Lady Ruth, Black Richard has no standing before the British courts. Even if he had a fortune, if it became known, it would be confiscated by the Crown.
Black Richard Templeton was a fictitious name, Mr. O'Connell. There's another name. A real name that he once bore honorably. No one shall know that there was any relationship between the two. Only you and I.
But, Lady Ruth, I am the King's counselor. I have sworn allegiance to His Majesty.
But first I shall take you to visit the people of Freeland. And then you can make your own decision.
My ultimate decision was clearly defined when I accompanied Lady Ruth Carroll back to London in order to help her in proving the last will and testament of Black Richard. We were summoned before the House of Peers. I presented her case. My lords, because of the mitigating circumstances which will be known to you, the last will and testament of the deceased can never be actually filed. But I have brought the sole beneficiary before this august body in order that each of you can personally examine the document. Lady Ruth Carroll, I ask you now to disrobe before the House of Peers. Oh, believe me, my lords, I do not show disrespect to either Lady Ruth Carroll or to you. Rest assured that only her back will be exposed. Are you ready, my lady?
Yes, Mr. O'Connell.
Will you please walk up to the lords, milady, and let them examine your back? And with your permission, my lords, I shall read the words tattooed across her back. All to bearer. Signed, Sir George Pemberton, 1724. Many of you remember Sir George Pemberton. He sailed for the colonies 10 years ago. Little was heard of him since, save only that he purchased an island in the Bahamas. But by fate or providence, as you will, Sir George Pemberton lived long enough to carve his last will and testament on the back of his own sister.
Warren William will be back in just a moment to tell you what the official records say about the case of the Lady and the Pirate. But first, here is a brief message from your announcer. And now back to Warren William.
In the last pages of his diary about this famous case, John Francis O'Connell says, by special decree, a copy of the last will and testament of Sir George Pemberton was permitted to be filed instead of the original. The reason, of course, was apparent. The diary continues. All of the monies of Sir Pemberton's estate were turned over to the beneficiary, and about 6 months later, Lady Carol and I returned to free land forever. And here the diary ends. Was the black anger that Sir Pemberton bore against tyranny and oppression a deadly sin? It might have been. But there are those who think that this personal love of freedom and equality greatly outweighed the apparent injustices made during his life as a pirate. For who in this case can draw the line between pirate and liberator? I can't. Can you? Next week, my story is about a man who, in his last will and testament, bequeathed the one and only thing he held most dear in life to, of all people, his competitor. It was not money nor jewels, but much more important, the girl he loved and hoped to marry. Fortunately for all concerned, this will was never filed for probate. But you'll hear a story as beautiful, as poignant, and as realistic as any ever heard before. We call this unusual story The Prince of Broadway. This is Warren William inviting you to listen again next week.
Strange Wills is written by Ken Crepine and directed by Albert Ulrich. This is a Teleways feature produced in Hollywood.
And here they are. England, in the year 1685. When James II ascended the throne, many of the common people of England rose in angry protest, only to be beaten into submission by the king's soldiers. Those rebels who survived the royal butchery were led to another certain death, a trial by a jury in Taunton Castle. We're in the great hall of the castle now. Among the 5 prisoners on trial is Peter Blood, a young Irish physician. He awaits his turn with poorly disguised impatience. Majesty's judge delivers the indictment.
Here I charge with being traitors against your most illustrious and most excellent Prince James II. Having no fear of God in your hearts, and being moved and seduced by the devil, you have stirred up war to depose said king. Therefore you are here to be tried before a jury of your peers. The clerk will call the prisoners.
Jeremy Pitt. Here.
Hold up your hand. Are you guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
John Wolverstone, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Uriah Ogle, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, praise be to God.
Henry Hagthorpe, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Peter Blood, guilty or not guilty?
It's entirely innocent I am.
Are you guilty or not guilty? You must say the right words.
Words, is it? Speaking of words, I'd like to say a few about the injustice of keeping an innocent man locked up for 3 months in such filth and heat and ill feeding that my chief regret is I did not try to pull down the filthy fellow that sits on the throne.
Silence. Are you entirely ignorant of the proper procedure in court?
I'm most happily ignorant up to now, and I could gladly have done without this acquaintance.
Peter Blood, you were taken into custody at the same time as the other 4 prisoners. You were in their company on the night of the rebellion at Monmouth. Is that true?
Yes, my lord.
Then there is nothing more to be said except the passing of sentence.
May it please your lordship, but there's a deal more to be said. I'm guilty of nothing, your lordship, unless it's adjudged a crime that a physician tried to save a man's life.
What's this? Do you tell us you're a doctor, you rogue?
I do, my lord. I was summoned on that night to the side of a dying rebel. I went and was surprised there with the other prisoners.
A doctor? Where are your witnesses?
Jeremy Pitt, who summoned me.
Oh, Master Pitt will testify. He that is himself a confessed traitor. Is that your witness?
I can bring 100 from the town in which I live.
Have done with it. We have no time for all this. Gentlemen of the jury, inasmuch as Peter Blood has admitted aiding a traitor to your king, I hereby instruct you to return a verdict of guilty, that he may be justly punished for his treason.
So, justice has come to that, has it? A man's to be hanged now for doing his duty, huh?
You will not be hanged, Master Blood. His Majesty has graciously commanded that in the future all convicted rebels are to be spared. They're to be sent to the colonies in the West Indies to be sold as slaves. Clerk, have the prisoners removed. They will sail to the Indies within the fortnight.
They've no right to keep us in this hole like rats in a trap. They've no right, I say.
Be quiet, Jeremy Pitt. Keep a hold on yourself.
Then the Lord arose and rebuked the winds and the sea, and there was a great calm. Matthew chapter 8, verse the 26th.
There'll be no calm upon this sea, Master Ogle, until we sight Port Royal. If ever we do sight it. Do you think we will, Peter Blood?
Aye, to our worst luck, Wolverstone. It's the sun that rages there, so I hear. Burns deep into a man's blood till the skin shrivels on his bones. Oh, God. What has happened to us, Peter? Oh, we'll sweat in the field, Jeremy. First be bought and sold on the auction block like you'd haggle for a pig or a horse. Now count your teeth. Feel your muscles. Put a price on your head small enough to be an insult to a beast. Yes, it's a gay place, the auction block. A fine, gay place.
Line those slaves up there! Line them up there! Get in, you swine! Let them feel the whip. They'll move along fast enough. Well, shall we begin the sale, Governor Steed? Oh, no, not yet. We're waiting for Colonel Bishop. But Colonel Bishop is here now, Governor Steed. Here comes his carriage. Oh, yes. He's brought his niece, I see. Charming girl. Good afternoon, Colonel Bishop. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Miss Arabella.
How is my darling the governor and his foot?
Every day I'm sure my gout can't get any worse, and every day it does. You know,
Let's get on with the sale, Your Excellency.
Oh, of course. My dear Colonel, according to the King's request, it's for you to take first choice, and at your own price.
Egad, they're a weedy-looking lot. Not likely to be of much value on the plantation.
The less you want, the more for Mr. Dixon.
Dixon? Oh, Uncle, I wish you'd buy all the slaves.
Buy them all?
To keep them out of Dixon's hands, I've heard of those mines of his.
And what have you heard?
That they're wet, dark, evil holes. That men can't live there but die in agony of a horrible lung fever. You can't stand by and see men doomed to that, Uncle.
Arabella, don't be childish.
They should have been hanged, drawn, and quartered. Any fate they meet is too good for them. Start the sale.
Here's the best of the lot, Colonel Bishop. His name is Wolverstone. Healthy and strong.
Open your mouth. Good teeth. 15 pounds.
Sold. Move along there. Next.
Get up there, you.
Here we are. Here's another good one, Bishop. Peter Blood.
Looks healthy enough. Open your mouth.
Open yours and we'll compare them. I wager my gums are in finer shape.
Who is this bag of impertinence?
Peter Blood, sir. A doctor he is.
Stand over here. Now, open your mouth, you dog.
If there's a dog here, let him show you his teeth. I'll show mine only to bite.
There's a rebellious rascal, Arabella.
Good for him. He has pride, Governor.
Not so good for him, evidently. His pride will purchase him a ticket for Dixon's mine.
He isn't there yet. Auctioneer,
Miss Arabella?
let me speak to this prisoner.
Speak to a dog. Arabella, get back to the carriage.
Please, Uncle. Peter Blood. You're extremely foolish.
You overwhelm me, my lady.
Fortunate for you that I'm here to save you.
If you mean by that lofty speech that you'll persuade him to buy me, I'd thank you not to interfere.
Would you? As it happens, you are hardly in a position to have anything to say about it. Uncle, will you buy him, please?
Him I will not. Let him cool his head in Dixon's mine. I'll have none of him.
Uncle.
I say no.
Very well.
Mr. Dixon, will you make a bid?
I'll give £5 for him.
£5. That's an insulting sum to offer.
Well, does anyone ever more?
I do. I'll give £6.
You flatter me.
I'll give 8.
Arabella, you're making a spectacle of yourself.
Let me be.
£9.
£9. £9, Miss Arabella.
It's a big price to pay for such a silly fellow, but £10.
Sold to Miss Arabella for £10. What do you wish done with him, Miss Arabella?
Oh, well,
Don't be hesitant, my lady. Speak up. You've paid for me.
I trust you've learned your lesson in appreciation. You may join my uncle's slave.
Thank you. Your very humble slave, my lady.
Arabella, get back to the carriage. Governor Steed will take you to the house.
Of course, of course. This way, Miss Arabella. Oh, blast these bumpy roads. My foot's a bundle of fire.
What does the doctor say, Governor?
Say? He says nothing, of course.
Well, then why not try someone else?
Another doctor? There's only 2 in the whole blasted island, and each is worse than his partner.
There is another now.
Who?
Peter Blood?
Oh, a slave. Would you elevate a slave to be physician to the governor?
Well, why not? If he can help you, you can't tell. He may be very good.
Well, it might be worth a try. I'll have him come and treat me for a while. Why are you laughing?
I'm just thinking how annoyed Peter Blood would be if he knew I'd just done him another favor.
Faster, you swine! Turn that wheel!
Water! Give me water!
Water, is it?
Jeremy, pet.
Aye, Peter.
Go on working. Don't look up at me.
Aye.
I've just come from the boat. It's hidden in South Cove at the end of the path. We'll make a break for it tonight.
Tonight?
Yes, till Wolverstone, Ogle, and Hegthorpe and the others were in with us.
It's a small boat for so many, Peter Blood.
I've looked it over well. I've been there all afternoon. It'll hold the lot of us.
Are you a lot of stores and equipment on board?
Yes, there's enough for it. Careful. There's Bishop.
Aye.
Peter Blood! Peter Blood, do you hear?
Aye, when I'm addressed civilly.
A taste of the lash might improve your hearing.
Uncle, please.
Be quiet. Where have you been?
I've been at my work, attending to the governor at his house.
You lie.
Do I?
The governor's had another attack of gout. He's been screaming for you like a wounded horse all afternoon.
Well, then, it appears I was not at the governor's house.
Where were you then?
Well, I was...
He was with me, Uncle.
Eh?
What's that?
Thank you for protecting my reputation, Dr. Blood. But it was a useless gallantry. My uncle knows that I spend my time with whomever I please.
You might choose your company with better taste. His Excellency is waiting for you, Blood. Colonel Bishop. I'm coming. Get on up to the house, Blood, and don't delay.
Would you care to drive up, Dr. Blood?
Well, thank you.
Drive on.
Miss Bishop, I'd like to...
You're very welcome, Dr. Blood.
It seems that you're continually doing me favors. Faith, I don't know why.
Neither do I. Yes, I do. It's because you're so very grateful and always thank me so prettily.
Sure now, you don't blame me for resenting you and your favors.
This is interesting. I've had men tell me they have reasons for admiring me, and some few have even made claims to reasons for liking me. But for a man to store up reasons for resenting me, how refreshing. You must tell me a few of them.
The first is reason enough. You bought me. I've had no lack of experiences in my life, but to be bought and sold was a new one. And I was in no mood to thank my purchaser. At any rate, I'm unable to stoop to lick up the scraps of favors tossed to me.
I'm glad for that. Next.
Well, I've resented you because your name's Bishop. My thoughts have lumped you with your uncle. How was I to know, bedad, that a devil can have... that a devil can have an angel, a niece?
I'm a resentful man. That is a pretty fair compliment. Have you any more reasons for resenting me like that one?
Indeed I have, and the strongest of all. I've resented you because I'm a slave and you're beautiful. Do you understand that?
I don't know. If you were to explain further.
No, I've already talked too much. Why did you lie to your uncle? Why did you tell him I was with you?
Why? Dr. Blood, you're a physician and should know. Is it not considered unhealthy for a slave to be seen at a boat?
At a boat? Why should it be?
Boats put out to sea. Slaves may not.
You're jumping at conclusions, aren't you?
Am I? This afternoon I happened to drive past the South Cove. Fortunately, I was alone at the time.
I see. Miss Bishop, it's difficult for an Irishman to apologize, but I hope you can forgive me for having thought badly of you.
I will. I will if you tell me what you think of me now.
How I think of you? I think of you as... Faith. I think of you as the woman who owns me. A slave.
Oh.
But I think the man is lucky who can count you his friend.
I think you know you can. What was that?
Sounded like cannon.
It was. Look at the men in the field.
They're looking towards the bay. It must be... Wait.
Can you see?
Yes, there's a fleet sailing in. Spanish man of war.
Spanish? Then it's an attack. A surprise attack.
Quick, into the house.
Where are you going?
I've got to see the men. We've work to do.
Dr. Blood, come back. Don't go down there. Peter, Peter.
Jeremy, Wolverton, over. Aye, Peter Blood. Here, everyone. You want us to defend the bay? Defend the bay. Aye, that we will. Listen, Olivia. This is our job. Our chance to be drilled by a cannonball. Listen. I want you to gather all the slaves, as many as have the spark of courage, and follow me down to the waterfront. What for? We need a boat, do we not? Aye. Then we'll have one. But none of your skulking little craft. We'll take a good one, a Spanish man of war. Aye. We'll board her under the fire from the other ships. Take command of her. Turn our cannons on any Spanish boat that blocks our way to the sea. Aye. It's a long chance, friends, but with the help of God, we'll make it. Are you with me? Aye. Peter! Then come on, everyone!
It's a miracle, I say. Did you see that boat, Colonel Bishop? A Spanish man of war saved the town from destruction.
A Spanish boat, but manned by Englishmen, I'll warrant. She sunk the rest of the Spanish fleet and holds the bay alone.
It must be that some brave party of citizens got aboard that ship and have taken it captive.
Gad, I think you're right. Someone should go aboard and congratulate them.
Yes,
I'll have the longboat row me out.
Oh.
I'll not be long, Your Excellency.
I hope your uncle does them full honor out there.
They deserve it, Your Excellency. Whoever commanded that party was a brave man. A very brave man.
I wonder who it could have been.
I wonder.
Ahoy! Spanish man of war, ahoy!
They don't answer, Colonel.
That's strange. I'll go aboard. Pull over there by the ladder. Stand by the boat. I'll be down directly.
Aye, sir.
Ahoy, is anybody here?
Welcome aboard our boat, Colonel Darlin.
You?
I, Peter Blood.
Was it you, then, who took this ship and turned defeat into victory?
Myself it was. Myself and these, my friends, and, your friends.
Gad, my life, it was heroic.
Heroic, is it? Dad, it was epic.
Well, you amaze me. Upon my soul, you amaze me. Blast me, you deserve well. You all deserve well, and you shall find me grateful.
How grateful?
Well, I'll ask His Excellency to write home to the King on account of your exploit. And maybe some portion of your sentence shall be remitted.
It's about what we expected from you. Colonel Darlin, such unusual generosity from you must be making you feel very ill. Now, as your physician, I prescribe...
Hang him! No.
Wait. We do no hanging yet, man. Ogle, what do you suggest?
So they took up Jonah and cast him forth into the sea.
Are you ready, men?
No. Let me down.
One.
Put me down.
Go.
No.
Three.
And then the whale came and swallowed Jonah, I hope.
What now, Captain Blood? Captain, is it? Aye. So be it, then. Each man to his post. Make ready for sea.
Make ready for sea.
Up into the shrouds, men. Take the helm, Jeremy. Aye. But a name. We must have a new name for the boat.
What name shall it be, Captain Blood?
A new name, eh? Very well. We'll call her the Arabella.
The Arabella it is.
Aye.
Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Havilland are going on with Captain Blood in just a moment. Now, a short side trip to the home of a reporter from one of the famous movie magazines. This particular reporter has a new roommate from New York. Let's listen in.
Peg, do me a favor, will you? Kind of look over this beauty article tonight. I walked the dressing rooms of every studio in Hollywood today to get the dope for it.
Oh, why don't I get jobs like that? I've never been in a studio dressing room yet. Boy, I'll bet those screen stars have some plenty expensive beauty aids around. Upkeep on $1 million complexions must be something.
Hey, don't tell me it's news to you that screen stars use Lux toilet soap. Why, everybody knows that. But believe me, there's a lot in seeing it with your own eyes in the dressing rooms at RKO, Warner's, and all the rest.
Of course, I've heard a lot about Lux toilet soap. And now that I've seen a lot of movie stars' complexions myself, I've decided I'll give it a whirl.
That girl is in for a smooth complexion, the kind that screen stars have to have. Remember, when 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap, it's because this soap keeps skin smooth. Lux toilet soap guards against cosmetic skin. Its active lather removes the hidden traces of dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder that might remain to choke your pores. Before you put on fresh makeup, remove your stale makeup with Lux toilet soap. And be sure never to go to sleep at night without this important care. Lux toilet soap is a beauty soap thousands of happy girls are using. You'll like it, too. Once again, Herbert Marshall.
On with the story of Captain Blood, starring Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Havilland, with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. When Peter Blood and his men sailed out of Port Royal, a price was set upon their heads. Unable to put into any civilized port, they took the only course open to them. They turned to piracy. With a ship, a handful of men, and a brain, Peter Blood carved out a crimson career in his new profession, until his name became the terror of the Caribbean.
Captain Blood! Captain Blood! Captain Blood! The treasure and safe is lost. I tell you, Peter Blood must die!
Until his name became the pride and toast of every buccaneer.
Peter Blood!
Tortuga, an island off the coast of Haiti, was the one haven of refuge for pirate craft. Captain Blood and his men are there now, in an evil-smelling tavern, dimly lit by hanging lanterns, crowded with drunken, leering buccaneers.
Captain Blood. Hi, Jeremy. Captain Leatherthorpe is waiting for you in the other room. He is he? Yes, it's about the partnership. Tell him I'll be there. Come on, lad. Join with me on this.
It is as I tell you, mon Captain Blood. What a pair we would make. In all the Caribbean, there is no buccaneer so strong as me. Except you.
You almost flatter me, Levasseur.
Then why you hold off so long your consent we become partners, huh? Here you have been in Tortuga these 3-4 months. You must be even so much in need of gold as I.
Such a partnership requires sober thought. My poor brain has been dancing with rum this whole week past.
Even so drunk, your brain is the greatest, huh? With your brain and my strength, oh, Monsieur le Capitaine, what? There is nothing we cannot do.
Bedad, there's very little I can't do entirely without you.
My men are much in favor of the partnership. That is so, men?
And my men? I'll leave it to them. Are you in favor?
I don't
Very well, then. It's done. But wait, Levasseur. It's understood, is it not, that we sail under my articles?
It is. But I do not like so very much your so strict rules about women.
No women to be taken as prisoners. Agreed?
May we? To get you as a partner, mon capitaine, I would agree to anything. Now, what is the first order, mon capitaine partner?
We sail with the tide. Outside the harbor, we'll scatter. Each ship will proceed singly in order to pick up what stray prizes we may run into on the journey. We'll converge at the island of Virgin Magra.
Magnifique. I give you the toast. To our so great success.
Let me give one to the greatest captain on the coast.
Captain Levasseur.
Captain Blood.
Here, here. Captain Blood.
Captain Levasseur.
Oui.
You hear the lookout, mon capitaine? An English vessel off our port.
We are lucky, yes? Just as I am about to give up and anchor to wait for my partner, Captain Blood, this very fine English prize walk right into my parlor and say, bonjour, Levasseur. We go to give welcome, Cahusac, huh?
Oui, mon capitaine.
Run up the Spanish flag. We must take them by surprise.
Run up the Spanish flag!
Spanish vessel, the lookout says. Do you see it, Lord Willoughby?
Aye, there it is, Miss Arabella.
Oh, yes. I wonder if she's going to Port Royal, too.
Have you been away long, Miss Arabella?
Almost 6 months, a kind of vacation.
Are you glad to get back?
In a way, I suppose I would have stayed longer in England if my uncle hadn't sent for me. He's been made governor, you know.
Yes, I've heard. It's natural that he should want his niece back again. One needs a woman to brighten up social occasions, especially when the woman in question is so very charming.
However else things change, Lord Willoughby, the art of flattery still flourishes.
Stab me if it's flattery. When the king ordered me on this journey as a special emissary to the West Indies, I looked forward with some trepidation to a life among the savages. And when I came aboard and found that you were one of those savages returning home to her native heath, my grateful eyes couldn't believe it.
You pictured us running around in animal skins eating raw meat?
Why not, in a country filled with Indians, Africans, and pirates? Oh, speaking of pirates, did you ever happen to hear of a wild rogue named Peter Blood?
Peter Blood?
Yes.
No. I don't know him. I hardly number pirates among my acquaintances.
No, of course not. Silly of me. I only mentioned him in passing because he happens to touch on the business of my mission.
Your mission?
Yes. I'm sent to attempt to blot out all this piracy, my dear, in a manner which I must keep secret until I can find Captain Blood.
Oh, you're looking for him.
Aye. Look, stab me if that Spanish vessel isn't cutting clean across our bow. Captain Hall! Captain!
Yes, your lordship?
What ship is that, you know?
Well, I've been watching her, your lordship. She flies a Spanish flag.
She could be anything in these waters.
We're in pirate waters now, aren't we?
Yes, my lord. Yonder bank of low clouds is the island of Virgin Margaret.
Exciting, isn't it, Miss Arabella?
Could she be a pirate ship by any chance, Captain? Well, any ship we meet in the Caribbean could be a pirate ship. You know, I wouldn't trust.
She fired across our bow.
All hands on deck! All hands on deck!
She is a pirate ship.
And the cannon!
Get below, Miss Arabella. The captain's going to fight it out.
Yes, my friend. A brave fight. But you should have known better. Stand the prisoners before me, Cahuzac.
Wait. Stand here, my Lord Willoughby. And, you here, madame.
My friend, this pleasant strip of beach on which we find ourselves is the island of Virgin Magra. No boats ever put in here except mine. And one other. So you may put aside any hope of rescue that may be in your mind. The ransom for you two, Lord Willoughby and the so charming lady. He is fixed at 20,000 pieces of 8, and I shall provide a boat for you to go to Governor Bishop at Port Royal to collect it, Lord Willoughby. Meanwhile, Mademoiselle remains with me as hostage. I find it very lonely on this island.
I refuse. Absolutely and utterly.
My friend, do you see this knotted cord? It is capable to screw a man's eyes out of his head.
Very well. Do your worst.
Lord Willoughby, thank you, but don't be foolish. You can't fight against them.
Mademoiselle is right. I beg you to spare yourself, monsieur. And the young lady. I have been too modest. But since I have said 20,000 pieces of 8, I have said 20,000 pieces of 8.
And for what, if you please? You said 20,000 pieces of 8.
Peter Blood.
Good morning, Levasseur.
Captain Blood, I did not know you were on the island.
Oh, yes. We arrived late last night and put into a cove a few miles to the west. We've walked across to give you good day, but faith, I seem to have interrupted some little business of yours. Who are these people?
Isn't it so? Look, Captain. She's the girl.
You recognize the prisoners, Captain Blood?
Why, no. Who are they?
Well, I have captured them. A titled Englishman at the knees of the governor of Jamaica.
Really? Then I suppose congratulations are in order. But had you forgotten there is an article in our agreement forbidding the taking of women prisoners?
That so foolish article of yours.
I was not aware you regarded it so when you signed.
Would you care to dispute my opinion now? Your men against mine.
No, not this morning, thank you. As you say, a foolish article.
That is why these prisoners are of my own. A matter personal.
And the 20,000 pieces of 8?
Also, a matter personal.
Whatever valuables come into our possession are the joint property of all our company.
Then it is I should cut the prisoners up in so many little pieces and pass them around, eh?
Yes. Obviously, these prisoners, and especially the young lady, must be kept in someone's hands for, shall we say, safekeeping. But why your hand? Why shouldn't Pierre have her?
I should have her.
Or Ruff, or Jacob. Since she's as much their property as yours. Come here, girl. Here, I say.
What do you want with me?
I want to look at you. Be dead if I blame you, Levasseur. A trifle skinny, perhaps. But an attractive baggage at that. And now, my captain, since you covet what is our joint property of war, you may have her, providing you're willing to buy her.
Buy her?
Yes, at the price you yourself have set upon her. 20,000 pieces of 8.
That is right, mon capitaine. It is reasonable. It is in the article.
What is in the articles, you fool? Where do you suppose I have 20,000 pieces of 8?
Then let someone buy her who has.
Who?
I.
You?
I don't wish to be bought by you.
Well, someone once told a slave it happens that you are hardly in a position to have anything to say about it.
You want the girl?
Yes, why not? And I'm willing to pay for what I want. There's your ransom. And now, mademoiselle, if you please.
No.
Let go of that girl.
Captain, never, sir. Do not. It is honorably settled.
It is not settled to me. He'll not take her while I live. Christ, will not take her when you're dead. Put down your sword.
Two breaches in our articles committed by you. You should be ruined.
What that?
That's what I intended for you in the end. But since you prefer it this way, you muckrake.
Christ, I'll be humoring you.
Keep a close guard, Levasseur.
Look for your own mark, Capitan.
He's dead. Clean through the heart, Captain Blood. That, my friend, ends a partnership which should never have begun. Wolverstone. We're leaving. Take the girl.
What are you going to do with me? Where are you taking me?
I've not decided as yet.
I'll go to Port Royal or nowhere.
Will you now? You'll find you'll do as I say.
What right have you to treat me this way?
Right. The right of possession. Wolverstone, you may take my property aboard ship.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is KNX Los Angeles, the voice of Hollywood.
Olivia de Havilland and Errol Flynn resume the events of our play shortly. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we leave the treasure-hunting pirates of the 17th century for a treasure hunter of today, Mr. Charles Courtney, the world's greatest locksmith. His uncanny ability to find the combination has carried him all over the world, led him to save innumerable lives and risk his own as many times, and recover in all over $50 million in treasures lost on land and sea. The Lux Radio Theater extends its stage from Hollywood to New York, where we welcome the world's greatest safecracker. Mr. Charles Courtney now speaks to you from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Marshal. Captain Blood took his treasure from ships that sailed on the seas. I find my treasures on ships beneath the sea. The worst fight I ever had, and one that almost cost me my life, was in the North Sea. We were trying to recover the $50 million that sank with Lord Kitchener's ship, the Hampshire. Working at a depth of 350 feet below the sea, we had opened one safe. Then, while working on another, we opened a door. As soon as it opened, I was slammed against the bulkhead. I signaled the men above to hold me up, but the telephone line was broken. I couldn't move, and the pressure got stronger. I knew then that I was trapped by a diver's worst enemy, a cross-current. They tell me it took an hour before they could get me up. No one will ever go down there again, for the English government has consecrated the Hampshire as Lord Kitchener's tomb. I have had exciting experiences on land. Once I had to pick the lock of a burning apartment with a fork and a knife to rescue a woman and 3 children. Picking locks and hunting for treasure have carried me into many countries and many tight spots. But as this is the Lux show, Mr. Marshal, this will interest you. No matter what part of the world I'm in, I never have to hunt for Lux soap. You can find it everywhere. I know, Mr. Marshal, from my wife and my 18-year-old daughter, that Lux soap is important to the ladies for complexion. But I'd really like to say something from a man's angle. I use it regularly for the bad. Believe me, there have been plenty of times in my life when a good hot tub and a cake of Lux soap felt mighty good to me. My trade has had its amusing side, too. One thing I always like to remember is one of my contacts with the police department. A patrol wagon appeared at the door of my shop one day, filled with prisoners. The officer in charge had lost his key, so he asked me if I would pick the lock of the wagon door so he could let the prisoners out to lock them up again in jail.
Thank you, Mr. Courtney. Back to Hollywood now, where we continue with Captain Blood, starring Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland, with Basil Rathbone, Henry Stevenson, and Donald Crisp. Captain Blood's unchivalrous actions toward Arabella were prompted by necessity to safeguard her from the men. Now in his cabin on board the boat, he expresses his true feelings. He paces the floor exultantly as Arabella sits watching him.
Arabella. Arabella, to think that you're really here. Here in the cabin of this ship, which I named for you. I dared to hope that someday you'll be here. To gather all these precious things I have for you. See, Arabella? Ankle rings from Persia. And look, red jeweled slippers. Long golden chains. And this dress, Arabella. This blue dress. When I saw it, I thought of your eyes. And I knew it was made for you to wear.
I'll never wear it. Nor any plunder gotten by a thief and pirate.
Thief and pirate?
Thief and pirate.
Arabella, you...
I've seen your pirate ways. I've seen myself bargained for and fought over. A combat between jackals.
I thought you understood.
You mean you thought you'd bought me? I suppose I should have regarded that as a compliment. You pirates are used to taking what you want without the formality of purchase. I advise you to go back to your ladies at Tortuga, Captain Blood. To your ladies who are thrilled by your bold, lawless ways. I only hate you and despise you.
I might have expected your thanks for what I've done this day, but very well, let it be so. I'm thief and pirate, and I'll show you how a thief and a pirate can deal. Once you bought me for 10 measly pounds. Now I bought you for considerably more. The amounts of no matter. What matters is that now I own you as you once owned me. You're mine, you understand? Mine to do with as I please.
Captain Blood.
Well?
Lord Willoughby sends his compliments and requests that you talk to him at your earliest convenience. He's sent out by the king himself.
You can return his compliments and tell him to go to the devil. I'm not convenient to any friend of the king.
Aye, sir.
Oh, wait. I'm going on deck. Jeremy, take this lady to her cabin and see that she stays there.
Aye, sir.
How you hate the fellow. If I were a young man, blast me if I wouldn't be jealous. And you said you didn't even know him.
He was once my slave.
Your slave? Then you must have known him well.
I did.
He doesn't seem such a bad fellow for a pirate.
In those days, I thought him an unfortunate gentleman who had suffered a great injustice. When he made his escape, I was thrilled and happy. That was before I knew how he would use his freedom.
Not to argue with you, my dear, but how else could he have used his freedom? An escaped slave, a homeless convict. And aren't you forgetting that a man's bitter heart may demand its revenge?
That's the unforgivable thing, to have held his revenge above all else and so to have destroyed himself, for he has. I've seen pirates. I know what they are. Cruel, evil, greedy, plundering peaceful cities, torturing their captives. Beasts out of hell they are.
Are you so much in love with him?
In love with him?
To care so much what he does?
I don't care in the least what he does.
Someone should for what he's doing now. Still, your uncle commands a fleet at Port Royal. That much is fortunate.
Why? What's this about Port Royal and my uncle?
He amazes me, this Peter Blood. That's where he means to take us.
No, he can't.
I'm afraid he can if he wants to. They won't let me near him. He's alone on his quarterdeck in a fine Irish temper, I expect. But I learned from the pilot...
Lord Willoughby, he mustn't.
Mustn't take you to your home? To your uncle?
He has no more bitter enemy in the world. My uncle is a hard, unforgiving man. He lives in the hope of one day taking and hanging Captain Blood. Captain Blood probably doesn't know that, of course.
I doubt it would make any difference if he did. He's chivalrous to the point of idiocy.
And yet he's been what he has been these last 3 years. And done what he's done. Oh, Lord Willoughby, help me.
I see your point, my child. But it's something you'll have to decide for yourself. Life can be infernally complex.
Ahoy, below! Ahoy, love! I said it! Port Royal, Captain! Port Royal? Aye, but there's something amiss. I see flashes of gunfire from ships in the harbor.
All hands on deck.
All hands on deck.
What's wrong, Captain?
There's a battle in progress in the harbor.
Ahoy, love! How many ships do you make out? 2, sir! They are firing on the fortress! The fortress is replying!
It's an attack from Port Royal, then, but who?
Pirate craft, perhaps. I wish I could make out their flags.
Captain Blood.
Aye?
For days I've been trying to see you, Captain, and now, if I may speak to so inaccessible a person, perhaps I can supply you the answer.
You can?
If Port Royal is attacked, they are likely French ships.
French? Why French ships?
When two countries are at war and one is attacked, who would it be but the enemy?
England and France at war?
You mean you didn't know? Where have you been the past 2 months?
At sea, out of touch with the world.
Ahoy! Below! The fire from the fortress is weakening! One ship is already firing on the town!
But where is the English fleet that's supposed to protect the town?
I can supply the answer to that. It's out chasing pirates.
Bishop wouldn't let his fleet leave its post at time of war. He wouldn't dare.
No? Colonel Bishop is a very old, and I may say a very dear friend of mine. It's probably me he's after.
Fool planter.
And me in his own front yard. Hard aport with the helm, Jeremy.
Aye. Helmsman, hard aboard! Aye, sir.
May I ask, Captain, what are your intentions?
I set out to land you at Port Royal, your lordship, at some risk to myself from the English fleet. Now a stroke of luck has removed them from the picture. Well, we best be turning back.
Can you, an Englishman, be thinking of leaving when yonder an English town is being taken?
Well, of what should we be thinking?
Of the honor to fight for your king.
To fight for my king, is it? You hear that, lad? The honor, is it? There's not a word to use in the same breath with him, and furthermore, he's not my king.
Then you fail to show him the same loyalty he shows you.
Loyalty now? Honor and loyalty. Fine words to describe him.
He was loyal enough to send me to seek you out, to offer you pardon for your past crimes, freedom from your slavery, and more than that, a commission in his own navy for you and your men.
What? The king wants us to join his navy?
You can read the document for yourself, Captain Blood.
I wouldn't soil my hands with it.
I'd rot before I'd serve him.
However you hate the king, England is still England.
And a bad king's a bad king, and if he's James, he's worse.
James? This commission is sent by King William.
King William? Who may be King William?
I allude to His Majesty King William III, William of Orange, who with Queen Mary has come over from the Netherlands and has been ruling England these past 2 months or more.
Do you mean they've roused themselves at home and kicked out James?
Yes, and he's fled to France and is hiding there. And therefore, England and France are at war.
And King William sent us this commission?
He did. He knows that you are good men, wrongfully sold into slavery. He can use good men in his navy.
Why didn't you tell me that at once? Men, you've heard the news. For me, this changes the shape of the world. For you who are slaves with me, it means that we're no longer slaves, but once more have a home and a country. For you who are English, it means a chance to fight for your native land. For I now propose to sail into Port Royal and save it from the French. Those of you who are not Englishmen, you'll have to be content with fighting for Captain Blood. And for the loot you'll find on the French ship. Are you willing to fight, men? Then to your posts. Helmsman, hard about. Full sail and straight ahead for Port Royal.
Thanks, Captain Blood, and my admiration. Never have I seen victory so gallantly snatched from defeat.
It was a good fight. But Miss Bishop, where is she? Is she safe?
Safe and sound. You'll find her now at the governor's mansion. That is, if you're looking for her.
Looking for her? Aye, that I am. Good evening.
Peter Blood. I thought you'd gone.
Well, Faith, I've only just arrived.
But you can't stay here. My uncle's just returned.
Yes, I know.
You know. Well, what are you going to do?
Just stay here?
Oh, no. It's impossible. You mustn't stay here. He's sworn he'll hang you.
Well, I doubt if he will. I've always been bad luck for your uncle.
But you can't know the threats he's made. His whole life is spent in searching for you.
Well, now he's found me.
Well, you can still save yourself. Please, please, for my sake.
For your sake?
I'll hide you.
What do you mean, for your sake? Isn't it true that you hate me?
Hate you?
Or is it that you love me?
I'll hide you, and tonight, when it's dark, I'll find some way.
You love me, don't you? Don't you?
Whom else would I love?
You love me.
Yes. Now will you go?
Arabella.
Please. He'll be here any minute. I'll hide you somewhere and...
We'll hide together. I know just the place.
Where?
Here.
Peter, this is my uncle's office, the office of the governor.
Good.
Well, he'll come here first.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The governor and I are on the best of terms now. The very best of terms. Sometimes I think I'm the best friend he has in the world. When did you find out you love me?
Oh, you must be mad.
He's a nice man, the governor, you know. He lets me come and go here as I please. In fact, look, he even lets me sit in his chair. See?
Listen, my uncle, he's coming through the streets now. They're cheering him.
Cheering, is it? That's a strange kind of cheering, I'm thinking.
Take your hands off me, you rogues. I have arrested you by order of His Excellency the Governor. The governor? You're mad. I am the governor.
You mean you were the governor? But you've changed that in your absence. Bishop, you're removed from office for abandoning your post in time of war.
Who the devil are you?
My name is Willoughby. I'm a special emissary from His Majesty the King.
Lord Willoughby?
You were informed, I think, of my coming.
Oh, yes.
And yet you went off on some wild goose chase after a pirate, leaving your capital at the mercy of the enemy. It's a serious matter, Colonel Bishop, as you may find.
But, your lordship...
I'm not concerned to hear your reasons, man. His Excellency the Governor will hear you.
The governor?
You'll find him inside the house. It rests entirely with him, whether you're hanged or not.
This is one more item to the account of that scoundrel Blood. By heaven, what a reckoning there'll be when we meet.
Oh, come in, Uncle.
Arabella, what are you doing in this office?
I've been pleading with the governor on your behalf, asking him to be as merciful as you would be cruel.
The governor? Where is he?
Here I am, Colonel Darling.
Peter Blood, you?
I? The new governor by the king's order.
Well,
and by my order, I command that for your neglect of duty...
No, in heaven's name,
that for your neglect of duty, you're to be punished by accepting as nephew one Peter Blood, one-time pirate.
What?
Arabella, may I put my arm about you?
If you wish.
Oh, Faith, you're as pretty as a Mayday sky.
Wait, I don't understand this.
You don't need to understand. Uncle, you're excused.
And so we ring down our curtain on Captain Blood, but not on Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Havilland, who return to us in a few moments. Douglas MacLean is one of the 4 or 5 major stars of silent days, still most prominently identified with films. He starred in such pictures as The Hottentot, 7 Keys to Baldpate, and 23 and a Half Hours Leave. Then he turned producer, sponsoring So Red the Rose, Accent on Youth, and Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch, to name a few. Today he is head of Douglas MacLean Productions, whose pictures are released by Grand National, the most recent of which is Great Guy, starring James Cagney. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Douglas MacLean.
Thank you, Bart.
Isn't it true, Doug, that some 8 years ago you retired from pictures? But here you are, still in the midst of them.
Yes, I tried retirement for a while, but I discovered there's too much celluloid in my system to swear off completely.
And now, with Great Guy under your belt, I understand you're hard at work on a new version of 23 and a Half Hours Leave. But who's going to play the part that you made so famous? Sergeant Gray.
James Ellison, the young actor who did such a splendid job in Mr. DeMille's Plainsman. And Jimmy is giving an excellent performance in 23 and a Half Hours Leave, a part which offers him his greatest opportunity.
Remaking this film must bring back many memories of Hollywood of the old days. Things must have changed tremendously.
Yes, everything has changed, including the weather. Today, Hollywood Boulevard is one of the busiest streets on the West Coast. But I recall a conversation with Charlie Chaplin, who stood on one side of the boulevard, and I on the other, calmly discussing our new pictures.
Interesting, but how could you hear each other with all the traffic noise?
Well, the only noise then was the sound of oranges growing in the groves that lined the boulevard. In those days, Western pictures were at their height.
and cowboy actors would spend the morning being photographed on horseback, chasing invisible Indians or shooting them from behind rocks and trees. And then after lunch, these same actors would be dressed and painted as Indians. And they'd be filmed running away from invisible cowboys. When the picture was screened, it was not unusual for the same actor dressed as the cowboy to shoot himself dressed as the Indian. Actors were very versatile in those days.
You've been in pictures for 20 years, Doug. But no one will believe it, judging from your looks.
Pardon me, did you say looks or Lux?
Oh, good going. And since we're on the subject of Lux soap, why not a word about what Hollywood studios think about it?
I'll do better than that, Bart. I'll say 2 words. It's tops.
Thank you. And now, from your experience as an actor, director, writer, and producer, what's your opinion of radio in Hollywood?
Radio has probably become the biggest asset to motion pictures in the past year or so. I believe each helps the other, so long as entertainment maintains the standard set by the Lux Radio Theater. In the silent days, actors like polite little boys and girls were seen but not heard. But now you hear them whether you see them or not. Thank you.
Bye, Doug. As a consistent Lux listener, I know this is the time when Mr. DeMille calls forth the stars to shine again, and so shall I. Ladies and gentlemen, Errol, Flynn, and Olivia de Havilland.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall, for a most enjoyable evening. Nowadays, we're all inclined to look upon a life as adventurous as that of Captain Blood as being entirely to the romantic past. But our friend, Mr. Flynn, can put some of those old-timers to shame.
And what have you to say to that, Errol?
Well, life is still rather primitive over there in New Guinea. I spent 6 years in the islands, first as a patrol officer of the constabulary. If you can picture me as a cop, you'll realize about how primitive the place must have been.
And what happened after that, Constable Flynn?
Well, I grew a beard and became a beachcomber. When I got tired of combing the beach and the beard, I traded a bit in pearls. After that, I got hold of a schooner and went in the copra business.
Errol wouldn't tell you that he's written a book about another voyage he made, but he has. It's called Beam Ends. It's just been published, and a very fine book it is. Errol, you're leaving tonight on a new trip, aren't you?
Yes, flying to New York in an hour, and then I sail for Europe. I hope to get a look at the Spanish War, and on the way home, perhaps spend a few weeks in South America. But that's enough, I think. How about you, Olivia?
Well, after working in 2 pictures with me, Errol, you should know what a singularly uneventful life I lead. But it's a very happy one. And I'm looking forward to making a picture soon with Leslie Howard. And then next summer, if things turn out as I hope they will, I plan to spend 3 whole months touring the country in an automobile and really seeing what the United States look like. And now, before I say goodbye, I'd like to congratulate the sponsors of this program for their marvelous product, Lux Toilet Soap. It's the finest complexion care I know of, and whenever girls ask my advice, I always recommend it. Thank you.
Goodbye, Bart. Many thanks.
To both of you all the luck in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Havilland, Mr. Flynn, and Mr. Marshall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruiz. Before Mr. Marshall tells us of next week's program, may I say that Mr. Flynn, Mr. Havilland, Mr. Rathbone, and Mr. Crisp appeared through courtesy of Warner Brothers, Mr. Marshall, RKO, and Columbia Studios, and will next be seen with Marlene Dietrich in The Angel. Mr. Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film Love is News. And now, Herbert Marshall.
Next Monday night, when you and I tune in the Lux Radio Theater, we'll find Cecil B. DeMille resuming his regular place at the helm, bringing us a star and story warm to our hearts. The story will be Peter B. Kine's Cappy Ricks. In the title role, one of the finest character actors of the stage, screen, and radio, a man beloved by millions throughout the country. Ladies and gentlemen, Charles Winninger. And with Mr. Winninger, Richard Arlen and Sally Eilers. And now I join the makers of Lux Toilet Soap in inviting you to listen in again next Monday night, when the Lux Radio Theater, here in Hollywood, presents Charles Winninger, Richard Arlen, and Sally Eilers in Cappy Ricks, with Cecil B. DeMille back again as producer. This is Herbert Marshall bidding you all good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the charming Gilbert and Sullivan comic opera, The Pirates of Penzance. starring Gordon MacRae and his two guest stars, Clark Dennis and Lucille Norman. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and the music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroad. The same railroads that bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is our star, Gordon MacRae.
Thank you very much, Marvin Miller, and a good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, sir, we're off to that delightful world of nonsense and charming improbability that was fashioned by Gilbert and Sullivan. I'll be the very model of a modern Major General. Clark Dennis will be Frederick, and lovely Lucille Norman will be Mabel, as we bring you the Pirates of Penzance.
Have you ever wanted to be a pirate? Well, I have. Quite confidentially, just between you and me, I often lock myself in my study, pull out a wooden cutlass, and sing a rousing pirate song. Oh, better far to live and die under the brave black flag I fly than play a sanctimonious part with a pirate head and a pirate heart. Away to the cheating world go you, where pirates all are well to do. But I'll be true to the song I sing and live and die a pirate king. For I am a pirate king. And it is a glorious thing to be a pirate king. Well, I am a pirate king. And it is a glorious thing to be a pirate king. It is hurrah for the pirate king, hurrah for the pirate king. Oh, alas, I am no pirate king. I'm a major general, a paragon of respectability, and the father of 8 daughters, all girls. Meanwhile, off on the rocky coast of Cornwall, some real pirates are having a high old time. One rocky coast of Cornwall, please. Thank you. And now let's hear from a real pirate king. For O King the Pirate, Terry Bill, O King the Pirate, and O King to make us merry, let the pirate bumper pass. For today a pirate apprentice rises from indenture fleet. Strong his arm and keen his stand, he's a pirate now indeed. Here's the dog to Frederick, to Frederick's out of his indentures. For O King the Pirate, merry Bill, O King the Pirate laugh, and O King to make us merry, let the pirate bumper pass. Frederick, at midnight tonight you will be 21 and a full-fledged member of the Pirates of Penzance.
Pirate King, I thank you. But today I leave you forever.
But why? A keener hand never scuttled a canard or shipped a handspike, whatever that means.
I was apprenticed to you, and it was my duty to stay, because I am a slave of duty. But it was all an error.
An error? What error?
I cannot tell you. It would reflect on my notes.
Nay, dear master, better have it out at once. When Frederick was a little lad, he proved so brave and daring. His father thought he'd apprentice him to some career seafaring. I was the lad, his nursery maid, and so it fell to my lot to take and bind the promising boy, apprentice to a pilot. A life's not bad for a hardy lad, so surely not a high lot. Though I'm a nurse, you could do worse than make your boy a pilot. on breakers, always steering. And I did not catch the word aright through being hard of hearing. Mistaking my instructions, which within my brain did gyrate, I took and bound this promising boy, apprentice to a pirate. A sad mistake it was to make, and doom him to a vile lot. I bound him to a pirate, to you, instead of to a pilot. Oh, pardon me, Frederick, but the two words were so much alike.
They still are, but at midnight my obligation ceases.
I must say we haven't much to offer, Fred. We don't seem to make piracy pay. I'm sure I don't know why.
It's because you're too tender-hearted. For instance, you make a point of never attacking a weaker party than yourselves, and when you attack a stronger party...
We always get thrashed.
Then again, you make a point of never molesting an orphan.
Of course! We are orphans ourselves.
Yes, but it's gotten around. Now everyone we capture says he's an orphan. The last 3 ships we took were manned entirely by orphans, so we had to let them go.
Hang it all, I don't think much of our profession either. But contrasted with respectability, it's comparatively honest. Meanwhile, my eminence, the very model of a modern major general, accompanied by all 8 of my daughters, were off for a picnic. Where? The rocky coast of Cornwall.
Beautifully blue, the sky, the glass is rising very high. Continue fine, I hope this day and yet it rain. But yesterday, tomorrow, it may...
Oh, Father, I just know something exciting is going to happen.
Well, it always does about this point in a comic opera. Why don't you girls run down to the seashore and go wading?
We will, Father. It's such a beautiful day.
Blue, the sky, the glass is rising very high. Continue fine, I hope this day and yet it rain. But yesterday...
Shoes off, girls.
Stop, ladies, stop. Don't remove another shoe.
Oh, man! Who are you, sir?
Alas, I am a pirate.
Oh.
Ladies, don't be afraid of me. Tonight I am renouncing my profession. Oh, how wonderful it is to see you. Up until now, the only woman I have known is my nursemaid, and so I thought all women looked 47.
How handsome he is, and how pitiful his story.
Oh, is there not one maiden breast which does not feel the moral beauty of making worldly interest subordinate to sense of duty? To such an one, if such there be, I swear by heaven's arch above you, if you will cast your eyes on me, however plain you be, I'll love you. However plain you'll be, if you will cast your eyes on me, however plain you'll be, I'll love you, I'll love you, I'll love you.
peace of mind, I take it designed. Take heart, no danger loud. Take any heart but ours. Take heart, any surprise. Take any heart, take mine. Poor wandering one, though thou hast surely strayed, take heart, grace, thy steps between. Wandering one, wandering one, wandering one, take heart, take heart.
Ladies, wait. I suddenly remembered. Those other pirates, they are not renouncing their profession. They will seize you.
A lovely idea. Seize one each, men. So we can all be married. A doctor of divinity resides in this vicinity.
Wait. There is something I want you to know. Our father is a major general and in charge of the national police.
A major general? Yes, gentlemen. Permit me to introduce myself. I am the very model of a modern major general. I've information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. I know the kings of England, and I quote the Pisces article from Marathon to Waterloo in order categorical. I'm very well acquainted, too, with matters mathematical. I understand equations both the simple and quadratical. About binomial theorem, I'm teeming with a lot of views. Now, let's see. What rhymes with news? Snooze, blues, baby needs a new pair of shoes. And, I have it. With many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Many cheerful facts about the spread of the hot news. Very good at integral and differential calculus. I know the scientific names of I'm the very model of a modern major general. I know I'm ethicist, reeking others into paradox. I answer hard acrostics, I've a pretty taste for paradox. I quote an elegiacs, all the crimes of Heliogabalus. Conics I can floor peculiarities, parabulous. I can tell undoubted Ravios and Gerardows and Zophanies. I know the croaking chorus from the frogs of Aristophanes. Then I can hum a fugue of which I've heard the music's dinner for. Huh. What do we have now? Bore, snore, dinosaur. Oh, I have it. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. And whistle all the airs from that infernal nonsense pinafore. Then I can write a washing bill in Babylonic uniform and tell you every detail of Caractacus's uniform. In short and matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, I am the very model of a modern major general. With matters vegetable, animal, and mineral, he is the very model of a modern major general. And now that I've introduced myself, I should like to have some idea of what's going on. Very simple. We propose to marry your daughters.
Against our will, Papa. Against our will.
You mustn't do that. May I ask, this is a picturesque uniform, but I'm not entirely familiar with it. What are you? We are all single gentlemen. Yes, I gathered that.
Papa, they are pirates. The famous pirates of Penzance.
Now, wait a minute. I object to pirates as sons-in-law. And we object to major generals as the fathers-in-law. An idea. Gentlemen, have you ever known what it is to be an orphan? Oh, dash it all. Here we go again. Gentlemen, I am an orphan boy. Then our rules protect you. You may be an honorary member of our band. Oh, dear. What do you suppose they'll do when they find out? I'm the only orphan in the British Empire who still has a mother and a father.
return to the second act of Pirates of Penzance in just a moment. At this time of national crisis, Americans remember that this is not the first Christmas season during which our country has faced a grim and trying future. 173 years ago, General Washington's army encamped at Valley Forge lacked food and fuel and arms and clothing, lacked almost everything but tremendous spiritual courage and a strong faith in the righteousness of their cause. And that strong faith in the new ideals of liberty and freedom of opportunity inspired our young nation to win through to final victory. Today, with Christmas only 2 short weeks away, our country faces another sobering crisis. And as we make our Christmas preparations, we cannot help thinking of the many thousands of heroic men in our armed forces who will not spend Christmas Day with their families. Men who will spend this important season on the frozen, snow-covered battlefields of Korea, fighting to preserve the same ideals of freedom and liberty that fired the souls of Washington's army in that winter at Valley Forge. And today, thinking of these men of our armed forces, we know all America is determined that they shall not want for anything we can give them that will strengthen them in their valiant fight against overwhelming odds. The railroads of America are deeply dedicated to the achievement of this goal. They are making full use of all the improvements to their plant and equipment installed since the end of World War II. Since the start of the Korean War, the railroads have greatly expanded and speeded up their program to meet the ever-mounting transportation demands of the country. And for the future, they are determined to provide every rail transportation need of our armed forces, first, fully, and without delay. To Dance, starring Gordon MacRae as the Major General, Lucille Norman as Mabel.
Frederick, help me. My poor father is so sad, so unhappy.
Major General Stanley, tell me, why do you sigh? My boy, I have escaped from the pirates by lying to them. And when they find out, what will they do? It is midnight, and I am no longer a 21st birthday has arrived. I am free to join you as we march against the pirates of Penzance. Are not your national police here to help protect you? Oh, they are indeed. I shall call them. You know, in America, they have an expression for this. All right, Louis, drop the gun. When the foeman bears his steel, we uncomfortable feel, and we find the wisest thing is to slap our chests and sing for when threatened with the mutes, and your heart is in your boots, there is nothing brings it round like the trumpet's martial sound, like the trumpet's martial sound.
Wait, Frederick, stop!
Yes, not so fast about becoming an ex-pirate.
The Pirate King and Ruth, my nursemaid.
Here we have a piece of news for you, my lad. Tell him, Ruth.
Well, Frederick, it seems that you were born on the 29th of February, in a leap year.
But I have just reached my 21st year.
Yes, but you were apprenticed to us until your 21st birthday, which will occur early in 1980.
My goodness. That means I'm about 5 years old. I don't feel 5 years old, especially when I look at you, Mabel.
Don't go back to the pirates, Frederick.
Will you wait for me, Mabel, until 1980? Day will sing in altered tone this weary roundelay. He loves the
shall we do?
We shall lead our police force against the pirate's daughter, even though Frederick is now our foe. Oh, nasty job policing, depriving fellow creatures of their liberty and all that. Mabel, I tell you, a policeman's lot is not a happy one. Not a happy one. When a felon's not engaged in his employment, or maturing his felonious little plan, his capacity for innocent enjoyment, is just as great as any honest man. Our feelings we with difficulty smother, when constabulary duties to be done. Oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done, the policeman's lot is not a happy one. Happy one. When the enterprising burglar's not a burgling. When the cutthroat isn't occupied in crime. He loves to hear the little brook a-gurgling. And listen to the merry village chime. When the coster's finished jumping on his mother. He loves to lie a-basking in the sun. Oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done, the policeman's lot is not a happy one. Happy one.
Father, the bushes are moving. The trees are moving toward us.
Frederick and the pirates. They're sneaking up on us like burglars in the night. Listen.
Major General Stanley?
Surrender and die? That seems a little drastic.
From a sense of duty, Frederick has told us of your deceit. You are no orphan.
No, but if you kill me, all my daughters will be.
Silence. Prepare to die.
Now, just a minute, King. Just a minute. To gain a brief advantage you've contrived, but your proud triumph will not be long-lived. Don't say you're orphans, for we know that game. On your allegiance we've a stronger claim. We bid you yield. We bid you yield in Queen Victoria's name. You do? We do. Yes, we bid you yield in Queen Victoria's name. We yield at once with humble mien, because with all our faults we love our queen. Yes, yes, with all their faults they love their queen. Away with them and place them at the bar. One moment, let me tell you who we are. We are no members of the common throng. We are all noblemen who have gone wrong. Dear, no Englishman unmoved that statement here. Because with all our faults, we love our house of peers. I pray you pardon me, ex-pirate king. Peers will be peers, and youth will have its fling. Resume your ranks and legislative duties, and take my daughters, all of whom are beauties.
What a happy ending.
Well, what did you expect? This is Gilbert and Sullivan. Oh, wandering one, for we have surely strayed. Take heart and grace, your step we pray. Oh, wandering one, take heart, bear
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Clark Dennis and Lucille Norman will be back in just a moment. And our thanks to Paul Keast, the Pirate King, to Virginia Reese, who was Ruth, and to our entire company. Gilbert and Sullivan's Pirates of Penzance was dramatized for the Railroad Hour by Lawrence and Lee. You know, back in the days of World War II, I remember what a thrill it was to go home for a visit. And I know thousands of veterans will remember what it meant to save up the dollars for that trip. That's why it's good to hear that this year the railroads are again offering special reduced rates for military personnel traveling on leave during the Christmas holidays. From December 15th until January 15th, our men in uniform can make a round trip in railroad coaches for about 2 cents a mile. And now here again are our guests, Lucille Norman and Clark Dennis. Well, it was a real pleasure doing Gilbert and Sullivan with Norman and Dennis.
It was fun, Gordon.
Tell me something, Gordon. Is there really a place called Penzance?
Well, there certainly is, Clark. It's a famous British seaside resort. It's, it's like saying the Pirates of Palm Springs or the Pirates of Pismo Beach.
Where are you heading next week, Major?
Well, Bonnie lass, we're heading to Scotland for the magic of the lovely musical hit Brigadoon. And Marion Bell and say, looky here, Clark Dennis will be our guest.
Well, we'll be listening. Well, what am I saying? I'll be here.
Good night, Gordon.
Good night, folks.
All aboard!
Well, sir, it looks as though we're ready to pull out. And so until next week, goodbye.
Pirates of Penzance was presented by special arrangement with the Thames Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae can be seen starring in the Warner Brothers production, The West Point Story. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is prepared and conducted by Carmen Dragon. This is Marvin Miller saying goodbye until next week for the American Railroad. And now keep tuned to your Monday night of music on NBC.
Transcribed, this is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jack Benny Program, transcribed and presented by Lucky Strike, the cigarette that's toasted to taste better.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted. Yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Friends, this is Don Wilson. If you're not getting all the enjoyment you should be getting from your present cigarette, switch to Lucky Strike. And see for yourself how much more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you get from Lucky's Better Taste. A Lucky tastes better because it's the cigarette of fine tobacco, and it's toasted to taste better. It's toasted is the famous Lucky Strike process that tones up Lucky's fine, naturally good-tasting tobacco to make it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. Yes, find out for yourself. Buy a carton of better-tasting Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Rochester, Dennis Day, Bob Crosby, the Sportsman Quartet, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight Jack Benny does another television program. But in the meantime, let's go back to this morning in Beverly Hills. As we look in on the Benny household, we find Jack just entering the kitchen.
Rochester must have overslept again.
I'll go wake him up and have him fix my breakfast. I don't know why it is, but every time I give him a day off, the next morning he oversleeps. It's the second time it's happened this year. Oh, well, I might as well let him sleep and fix breakfast myself. Now, let's see, where does Rochester keep the coffee? I'll try this cupboard here. No, it's filled with ideal dog food. I'll try this one. No, this one's filled with ideal dog food, too. Maybe it's in this cupboard. More ideal dog food. There's no doubt about it. I'll either have to get a dog or stop mentioning that stuff on my program. Well, I can't find the coffee. I'll just have to wake Rochester. Rochester, it's time to get up. Rochester, get up. I'll take this feather duster and tickle his chin.
Honey, you sure got long eyelashes.
Rochester, get up.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you, Mr. Benny.
Yes, it's me, honey, and I want my breakfast.
I'll get it. Gosh, boss, I'm sorry you woke me up when you did. I was having the most wonderful dream.
I know. You were dreaming about a girl.
Yeah, we were going to get married, and you offered me a $50 raise.
I offered you a $50 raise?
Uh-huh. And just as you were giving it to me, you woke me up.
Oh.
That's the third time it's happened.
I know, you told me.
Once I dreamed you were cutting my salary and you let me sleep till 4 in the afternoon.
It was just a coincidence. Anyway, I'll answer the door, Roger. You get dressed and make my breakfast.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Polly. Oh, you're still sulking, huh, Polly? Coming.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, come on in.
I was just talking to your neighbors, the Colemans.
Oh, Ronnie and Benita?
Yes, I passed their house. Benita was sweeping the porch, and Ronnie was cleaning the windows.
Benita and Ronnie were doing their own housework?
Yes, they told me their butler quit.
Their butler quit? Why?
They said they have to live next to you. He doesn't.
He'll be back. He's run away before, you know.
Oh, hello, Polly. Come on, Polly. Speak. Jack, what have you been feeding this bird?
It wasn't my fault, Mary. She happened to find a can opener.
What?
Nothing. Come in. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Mary.
Hi, Dennis. What are you doing around here?
Oh, I'm thinking of moving. I've been looking at houses all day.
Oh, you want to buy a house?
Yeah. How much would you take for this one?
Oh, don't be silly, Dennis. My house isn't for sale.
I know, but if it were for sale, how much would you take?
Well, hey, let me see. See, it's in the best part of Beverly Hills, and I have an acre of land, 12 rooms, a swimming pool. Oh, I'd ask about $100,000.
I wouldn't have this dump if you gave it to me.
Look, Dennis, I don't want any trouble with you. You asked me how much my house was worth. I told you $100,000.
Does the price include the Venetian blinds?
Yes. Also the drapes and the carpets. Anyway, Dennis, what's wrong with the house you're living in now? You just moved in.
I know, but it's too inconvenient.
Inconvenient?
Yeah, in order to get to the bedroom, you have to go through the furnace.
Well, that I don't understand at all.
Dennis, what kind of a house are you looking for?
Oh, sort of a ranch house. You know, everything on one floor.
How many rooms?
Well, I'd like 2 bedrooms, a den, a living room, and a kitchen.
How about a bath?
No, thanks. I had one this morning.
Why do I always get trapped into these things? Mary talks to him, she gets a sensible answer. I ask a sensible question, what do I get? Abbott and Costello. Dennis, let me hear the song you're going to do on this week's program.
Yes, sir.
Very good, Dennis. I know it's going to sound beautiful when you sing it on the show.
Don't be so sure.
Why not?
I'm having my tonsils out tonight.
Tonight? Dennis, are your tonsils infected?
No.
Well, has your throat been sore?
No.
Have you been catching colds?
No.
Then why are you having your tonsils out?
A doctor friend of mine is coming over, and I don't know how else to entertain him.
What?
Last time he took out my appendix.
Dennis.
If he keeps coming over, there won't be anything left.
Dennis.
Well, I got to go look for a house now. Goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye, Dennis.
I got to be running along, too. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, goodbye, Mary.
Bye.
Hello?
Hi, Jack.
Who's this?
Bob Crosby.
Oh, hello, Bob. I didn't recognize your voice. What is it?
Well, I'm having a few of the boys over for a friendly game of poker tonight, and I thought maybe you'd like to join us.
Well, what stakes do you play for?
5 and 10.
5 and 10? Oh, wait a minute. That's a little too steep for me. You know?
Oh, no, Jack. Not $5 and $10. 5 and 10 cents.
Well, that's what I thought you meant. Well, Bob, who's going to be in the game, eh?
Well, just some of the musicians, Jack. We've got Bagby, Fletcher, Remley, Sammy the drummer, Kimmick, and Arturo Toscanini.
Arturo Toscanini? You mean...
Oh, no, this is another one. He slaps a bass for Wingy Minot.
Oh.
It confuses everybody.
Well, I should imagine, huh?
Well, how about it, Jack? Could you come on over tonight?
Well, I don't know, Bob. I might drop around for some laughs.
Oh,
you know.
that's swell. We'll be playing out by the pool. We'll all be in our swimming trunks.
Wait a minute, Bob. Won't the boys be cold and nothing but trunks?
Yeah, but they won't play cards with each other wearing anything that has pockets or sleeves.
Well, Bob, maybe I'll drop over, even if it's just for a laugh.
Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
So long, Bob.
Oh, say, Jack, what goes with Dennis Day?
What do you mean?
Well, he was over to see me last night. He wants to buy my house.
Did he offer you a good price?
Yeah, but I turned it down.
Why?
Well, he wanted me to include my Venetian blinds, drapes, and children.
What a kid. So long, Bob.
Bye, Jack.
That kid Dennis will drive everybody crazy till he finds a house.
Say, boss, I've got your breakfast ready.
Bring it in the den. I might sit around for a while and read.
Okay.
I'll get it, Rochester. Everybody's calling today. I wonder who it can be. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. Mr. Benny, guess who is this?
Now, let's see. Sir Cedric Hardwick?
No, guess again.
Barry Fitzgerald?
You're getting close.
I'm getting close. Well, who is it?
Mr. Kitzel.
Mr. Kitzel, how come you said I was close when I said Barry Fitzgerald?
He lives next door to me.
Well, it's nice of you to call, Mr. Kitzel. How are you?
Currently, I'm out of danger.
Out of danger? What was wrong?
Nobody told you? No. Did I hear the sea?
Really?
Yeah, first my rheumatism started acting up.
Mm-hmm.
Then I contracted a sciatica condition which had an adverse effect on my varicose veins. And simultaneously, you hear?
Yeah.
I suffered from a streptococcus throat.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
The Blue Cross is sorrier.
I can imagine. Yeah.
Mr. Benny, the reason I called is my brother-in-law, Bernie, is visiting me, and I wondered if you could get him tickets to your television show.
For your brother-in-law? Yes, I believe I can.
Can you also get him tickets for Denny Thomas, Boynes and Ellen, Groucho Marx, Amos and Andy? Let me see who else.
Mr. Kitzel, you're certainly nice to your brother-in-law.
It's a pleasure to get him out of the house.
Oh.
Also, could you get him tickets to Jackie Gleason's show?
But that's in New York.
Bless you, heart.
I'll see what I can do, Mr. Kitzel. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye. I don't know, these days with radio and television, I haven't been reading very much. A lot of good books here, too. The High and the Mighty by Ernest Gann. Look Who's Abroad Now by Earl Wilson. I read them both. They're good books. Let's see what else. The Sea Around Us. Battle Cry. Here's a copy of The Theory of Relativity by Albert Einstein. Oh, I read that. I remember it has 496 pages. Those numbers were the only thing I understood. Here's a book I haven't read. The Purple Pirate. Gee, that ought to be good. So many pirate pictures out now. I think I'll read this one. The Purple Pirate, Chapter 1. Yes, I am a pirate. My name is Captain Morgan. As my story opens, we had been at sea almost a year. My ship had just captured a rich prize, a schooner homeward bound from the Orient and laden with cargo. We transferred her cargo to our hold, and the crew lined the rail and watched as we prepared to send the captured vessel to the bottom.
All right, gunners. We're going to sink her. Fire!
She's sinking fast, Captain.
Good. Tell me, Red Robert, did we get much booty?
It was a rich haul, Captain. 100 bolts of silk, 50 barrels of rare spices, 10 sacks filled with gold, and 4 cases of ideal dog food.
Fine. My supply was running low.
That isn't all the loot, sir. We found a small sack of diamonds, some rubies, and best of all, a woman's dress.
A woman's dress? What's so wonderful about that?
Oh, you ought to see what's in it.
You mean we've captured a woman?
Yes, sir, and we also captured the captain of that ship.
Good. Bring him to me.
Aye, aye, sir.
In a few minutes, both the captain and the girl were standing before me. I looked them over very carefully for a long time. Finally, I spoke.
Which one of you is the captain?
He is, of course.
There was no doubt about it. I'd been away from land too long. As I stood there, the schooner's gruff captain turned to me and spoke.
Are you the captain of these pirates? Yes.
Are you responsible for blowing my ship to bits?
Yes.
Did you make some of my men walk the plank?
Yes.
Did you hang all the rest of them?
Yes.
Do you think that was nice?
No.
Well, what's next time?
I sent him below, then I turned my attention to the girl. She was wearing a tight skirt, a yellow sweater, and a large button that said, "I like Louis the 14th." As she stood before me, I remembered the superstition of the sea. A woman aboard a pirate ship is an omen of bad luck. I was in a predicament. Should I keep her aboard and risk mutiny, or make her walk the plank? I decided to flip a coin. Head, she stays. Tail, she walks the plank. Head, she stays. The crew was so happy over the rich prize we had captured, they didn't mind a woman being aboard. And that evening, as we sailed the tropical sea neath the full moon, they even gathered around the quarterdeck and began to sing.
Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, while many a stormy wind shall blow, where Jack comes home again. Sailing, sailing over the bounding main, we're happy-go-lucky that you know. It's lucky once again. LSMFT. All the sailors agree that LSMFT's fine tobacco, you see. Every sailor man is puffing on a lucky, 'cause there's nothing that'll beat a good old lucky when you're out at sea. Lucky Strike is wild, very tasty, that's true. Lucky Strike is round, and it's fully packed too. So for deeper smoking pleasure, here's a tip that you will treasure. Only LSMFT will do. Oh, it's LSMFT. LSMFT. Yes, it's LSMFT. Oh, it's LSMFT. LSMFT. Yes, it's LSMFT. Light up a lucky for me.
We continued scouring the sea, and then our luck went bad. We sighted no more ships. Our supplies ran low. The men were in a mutinous mood. They became surly and refused to obey orders. And then suddenly, we were attacked by the most ruthless of all French pirates, Dennis Lafitte.
Red Robert, get the men to their battle station.
Aye, aye, sir. Bagby, Remley, Fletcher, Kimmick, man your guns. It's no use, Captain. It's no use. The men are revolting.
Would you repeat that?
The men are revolting.
You've caught on to these guys already, haven't you?
The battle went badly, and we suffered heavy casualties. Finally, to save lives, I decided to surrender. I grabbed a white flag and started to wave it.
Hey, give me those back.
I'm sorry, miss, but this is no time to be doing your laundry.
We were taken prisoner and immediately locked in the dark hold of the ship. For 3 days, we didn't see our cruel captor. Dennis Lafitte didn't kill his prisoners by making them walk the plank. Oh, no. He was too cruel for that. He would make you stick your head through a hole in the canvas while his crew lined up and threw baseballs at you. This wasn't so bad, but the men behind you with those darts were murdered. Finally, on the 4th day, he ordered me and the girl to be brought to him. As we stood trembling before Lafitte, the terror of the 7 seas, he said,
Nom de cochon, qu'il celle votre grand-père Chine de la Panze, April in Paris.
Huh?
You are in the presence of the great Lafitte. Kneel, you pig.
Yes, sir.
Good. Now you kneel, too.
Yes, sir.
Ah, how I love to play the leapfrog.
What are your plans for us, Lafitte?
For you, mon capitaine, you have the choice of joining me or dying.
Well, I'll join you. Do I still retain my rank as captain?
Captain. You fool, you'll be my slave.
A slave? I'd rather die first. You don't know us Englishmen very well.
All right, you die.
What about the girl? Are you going to kill her?
You don't know us Frenchmen very well.
What?
I shall marry the girl and make her the pirate queen. She will be my wife, my sweetheart. And now I kiss her.
She'd rather die first.
You keep out of this.
I was in a predicament. Either I became Lafitte's slave or I walked the plank. I didn't know what. There's the door buzzing.
Right in the most interesting part. I can't even read a book around here. Rochester! Oh, darn it. Coming! Middle of a book.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I'm from Beacon's Van and Storage Company. We got 2 truckloads to unload here.
Furniture?
No, ideal dog food.
Well, put it in the swimming pool. The garage is full.
Friends, every minute, day and night, a destructive fire starts. And in 9 out of 10 cases, most fires start because someone was careless. Don't let that someone be you. Be sure your electrical wiring is properly installed. Put cigarettes and matches out before you discard them. Be on guard constantly against fire. Remember, only you can prevent fires. Jack will be back in a minute to tell you about his television program, which goes on at 7 p.m. tonight over the CBS television network. But first, here's a word for anyone who enjoys a good cigarette.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette. They taste fine. Tobacco is light. Tobacco is mild. Tobacco too. And it's toasted, yes, it's toasted. Because the toasting brings the flavor right through. So to get better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
All you have to do is look at a pack of Lucky's friends, and you'll see the reasons for Lucky's better taste printed right on the pack. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Light, naturally mild, good-tasting tobacco. And it's toasted. It's toasted to taste better. It's toasted is the famous Lucky Strike process that tones up Lucky's fine tobacco, bringing it to its peak of flavor, making it taste even better, cleaner, fresher, smoother. So be happy. Go Lucky. Make your next carton of cigarettes better tasting Lucky Strike.
If you want better taste from your cigarette, Lucky Strike is the brand to get. It's toasted to give you the best taste yet. It's the toasted cigarette.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was going to tell you about my television show, but we're a little late, so tune in and watch it. Good night, folks.
The Jack Benny Show tonight was written by Milt Josephsberg, John Tackerberry, Hal Goldman, Al Gordon, and produced and transcribed by Hilliard Mark. The Jack Benny program is brought to you by Lucky Strike, product of the American Tobacco Company, America's leading manufacturer of cigarettes.